Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Wizardry Wednesdays, welcome back to Wizardry Wednesdays. Faye is here. She says she's going to be playing Oblivion Remastered at the same time. Good idea. Looks very good, and I played the original, it's a very fun game. Hey Reg, thanks for coming by today. DI was also here. They posted in the chat before the stream started. They said they played the first game for the first time. Their first battle was against 5 undead kobolds. They died, made a new team, died again, made an entirely new team, died again. 10 out of 10 game, you're coming back to the grind. Hello. Hey Mirror Fanboy, welcome to the stream. Hey Chris, thanks for being here today. Hello, level 0 mage. Yes, I need an elf mage, I need a gnome mage, and I need a halfling mage. Dispel Undead is Dios. No, it's a separate command. I'll show it to you in just a minute. So first of all, I want to show you, I did do some off-stream grinding. It was a very small amount. I got these level 1 characters up to level 2 and level 3. And then I realized that even grinding off-stream is like really exciting and really fun. So I didn't want to do too much off. Like Gargamax dropped to 1 HP. And then I got a clutch 8 hit points heal on him, which is like the maximum heal you can get. And then it happened again, just fighting like regular kobolds. He dropped to 1 HP, and then I healed him for 8 HP, which is the max amount again, which was really fun. And like, where's Greg? Backseat Greg got his first kill. If you see here, he has 1 kill now. He got his first kill, and he got his first level up. I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this off stream. Even the small moments like this, I think are worth streaming. So we're gonna put our max level characters to the top. These are our max level characters that we were using at the end of last stream. I'm going to rebuild the party with this group, and we're going to head down to floor 3 before we do anything else. And I will show off the Dispel Undead command. DI, you're also here right now. You've been Mirror Fanboy's also been playing Oblivion Remastered. It seems like everyone's playing it right now. Off-stream mining. Silvara is still alive. Yes, she's in our main party. You're playing the OG from the NES. That's awesome. I've mostly played the Super Nintendo release, which has Wizardry 1, 2, and 3, and I recently found out that it actually, somehow they messed it up, and in the Super Nintendo release, Wizardry 2 is Wizardry 3, and Wizardry 3 is Wizardry 2, which is pretty funny. I just found that out this year, and I've been playing the Super Nintendo version for like, I don't know, 10 years maybe? Anyway, we're going to put Mavtato in the first slot. We're going to bring Pizza and Chris. We're going to bring Silvara as our priest. And then Burrito as our best thief by far. And Filru is our best mage by far. Celery, your favorite Awakening in Wizardry streamer. The other day I tried celery, chopped up celery with peanut butter, like on a sandwich. It was actually really good. It reminds me of crunchy peanut butter, but probably a little bit more healthy. Did you make a replacement character for Ulrich? You can't remember. Unfortunately, I don't remember either. Let's see. Is anyone here? Hey, Big Boss. Thanks for stopping by today. Do you want me to add... hold on a second. There might actually be a character in the party named... character named Mirror. That would probably... Yeah, Mirror. Okay, so you're here. You made a Gnome Priest. And then... I don't think level 0 Maid has a character. If you want me to make a Maid... what classes are there? So right now... let me go to class. Hold on a second. Yeah, class. There are Fighter, Mage, Priest, Thief, Bishop, and Samurai. You can usually only start as a Fighter, Thief, Mage, Fighter, Mage, Priest, or Thief. Sometimes a Bishop. We don't need any more Bishops. Right now, we really need Mages. So if you want me to make a character for you, Maid, you can let me know if you want to be a Gnome or a Halfling, because those are the 2 Mages that I need. Morrowind is your favorite, Faye? I really like Morrowind too. I want to replay Morrowind sometime. I was thinking of streaming it. If Maid doesn't have a preference, I'm just going to pick one of these at random. Your Elder Scrolls ended with Morrowind. You're never going to play Oblivion or Skyrim. That's a very definitive statement. Oblivion was the ugliest game you saw back then. You decided you were never going to play it. That's funny. I like all of them, honestly. I even want to play what's the one that came before Morrowind? Daggerfall. I really want to play Daggerfall. You're not really fond of most fantasy races, so just go nuts. Okay, since your name is level 0 maid, I'm gonna make you a halfling because that makes me think of like a Toho character. Oh, I guess you have 10 attribute points. I didn't re-roll them, but that's fine. Yeah, Daggerfall. I really want to play Daggerfall on stream, but I don't think that would go very well. We'd have one active viewer. Okay, so Mage, you need 11 intellect. We are going to reclass you eventually. So the main things you need, let's see, as a mage, as a trainee mage, the main thing you need is intellect, but also agility. The problem is if we put all your points into agility, you're not going to have any bonus intellect. Let's do this. Let's do 14 agility, 13 intellect, and then we'll just kind of hope that we get the rest from your stat points. This also ensures that we can reclass you into a thief later on. Halfling mage into thief, in my opinion, is one of the best reclasses. Okay, so we're going to start with a mage. We're going to do neutral. And we're going to give you a nice portrait. If I can figure out how to change them. I forget how to do it. Here they are. I like this one right here. I was letting people pick their own names before, but it's much easier to keep track of who is who. Alright, so Maid is not going to go with us right now. The first thing I want to do for today is just go down to floor 3 and try to have a better adventure than we had last time. By the way, I moved my character into the bottom left so that you guys could see the DOS version, or the Apple II version in the bottom right. So I hope that's better. I think it's a little bit cooler. Silvara is here with us, so she should be able to cast Lomilwa to give us constant light source. And then... Oops, I cast it twice, I think. And then... I don't think Bamatu is what I want. No, you can't cast that out of combat. So I think this is it for now, for our out-of-battle spells. In Wizardry 3, there's a... I think it's in this spell too, I think we just haven't... Or I think it's in this game too, I think we just haven't learned it. But there should be a spell for... it's like a persistent defensive buff. You buff the entire party with a defense buff, and it just lasts for like 100 turns or something. As a trainee mage, you need con so you don't get weighed down by your tomes. No. All you need is intellect so you can learn more spells before we reclass you into a mage, into a thief. So Fire Emblem Awakening, you're marrying Noe to Vake so that Na gets more Vaker. Oh, are you an Awakening fan? I hope you enjoy the non-Awakening content. Monsters surprised us. They usually just run away on floor 2. We kind of got to that level. Okay, so this is Dispel Undead. It's right here. It's the 4th command in the priest slot. If your priest is standing in the back row, they can defend, they can identify, they can cast spells, and then this like spiral shape is Dispel Undead. If you use this against undead creatures, you can sometimes one-shot them, even from the back row. It's really cool. It's like Turn Undead from Dungeons and Dragons. You're back at the guild house cleaning. Latu Mapik seems like the best identify enemy spell. Yeah, so in the original Wizardry, Latu Mapik lasted, like you cast it outside of battle, and it lasted for many turns. And it made it so that you can kind of always see the enemies when you encounter them. In this remake, they kind of changed the system on identifying enemies to where it's like persistent. Like we have a bestiary that we can view to get at stats on the enemies. So they changed Latu Mapik as well, where you cast it in battle, and it fills out information in the bestiary, which is still extremely useful. So either way, it's a really useful, really useful utility spell. Level 0 Maid, you say you've played Etrian Odyssey and Legend of Grimrock 2. Etrian Odyssey is pretty much hands down one of my favorite games of all time. So you will see me talking a lot about Etrian Odyssey. Or if you get me talking about Etrian Odyssey, I'm not going to shut up. Okay, so this is the way we've been before. We wanted to go through this secret door and not instantly get killed by monsters. Yes, so we're going to go here, and we have to figure out if there's a door in here, and yes, there is. We can see this door because of Lomilwa. The extra light makes it easier for us to spot these secret doors. You see how the wall is glowing? Double Etrian Odyssey mention. The first Fire Emblem you're playing after a long stay on Etrian Odyssey games. Yeah, it's like anime wizardry. It's directly descended from the bloodline of wizardry. You're totally correct. I think they modernized it in all of the best possible ways, and I say that as somebody who loves wizardry. I think Etrian Odyssey just does everything like better, which is great because like I love wizardry. I love Etrian Odyssey even more. Okay, so now I don't know where I am. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Filru. No, I'm not. I'm going to go to Mavtato. I'm going to cast one of her spells. Because she's a samurai, she can cast arcane spells. In this case, we're looking for Doom Epic. This draws a map for us, so we can see exactly where we are. We're up here in the top corner. So if we go right, we're going to wrap around to the top left corner of the map. If we go left, we're going to walk across the top passage, which we've already started mapping out. For that reason, I think I want to go right. I want to wrap around the map and start seeing what's over here. So let's go right. This is scary because there might be a pitfall here. There wasn't a pitfall, but my torch just went out. I think Lo Milwa ran out. I think they also debuffed the range of Lo Milwa. It used to last for like 1,000 turns. It was insane. It was so overpowered. Your favorite game of all time is Etrian Odyssey 3. Go nuts, famed streamer Celery. Why is everyone calling me Celery today? Hey James, Cringe Master, are you still looking for characters? Yes, if you want to be a gnome mage or an elf mage, let me know, and I will create your character when we get back to town. Hey Carlos, oh Worm, Wizardry. You like the Millennial Girl because Canadian royalty is a tank. Yeah, Millennium Girl's really fun. I love the original Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2, honestly. They're like among my favorite games, just like ever. I know there's a secret door here. I'm going to keep walking this way until I fall into a pit, which sounds stupid. This is the grandmother of all dungeon crawlers. This game was created after Donkey Kong and before any other game that featured Mario. It was released in 1981, I believe, 1981 on the Apple II. So even for the PC gamers, it predates Windows. It predates the creation of Windows. Like, this is an old game. You're going to make an elf mage. You want to be neutral alignment, if that's fine. Yeah, we're making our whole party either neutral or evil. And in fact, I have to make you evil because I might want to reclass you into a cleric later. Because mage into cleric is really strong, especially on an elf. The raccoon is likable, but you also like Silent Simon. He's the much-needed, level-headed team member. Is that from Millennium Girl? I haven't played it in a while. Okay, no pit here. We're going to keep walking this way. Did the Untold games ever leave the 3DS, or are they still stuck? Yeah, I think Untold is still on 3DS. You can get the Etrian Odyssey collection with 1, 2, and 3 on the Switch. I think it's really good. It's a little bit pricey for what it is, honestly, but if you break down the price, it's like $40 per game. And if you can get it on sale, it's even less than that. And you can technically buy them individually, but I would recommend just getting the whole collection. Oh, there's the pit. Oh my god, Silvara took 15 damage. Okay, hold on. We need to find a way to remember where the pits are. Filru almost died. Yeah, so we need to go back the safest way we can possibly go. Okay, so I'm going to cast Doom Epic. Okay, so we know that there's a pit here. At space 11-0. How in the world am I going to mark this down? The game wants me to bring the graph paper. Okay, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to take the first left, and that's going to take me back to the staircase. I'm also going to get Silvara to heal us before I do anything else. I'm not going to read chat for a couple minutes because I need to make sure that I don't lose my train of thought here. Okay, so we need to cast a bunch of Dios here, especially on Filru. We need to make sure Filru gets back home alive. +7, that's good. We got a couple of Dios charges. Silvara needs some healing. All right, let's save the rest of our healing for when we get back. Okay, so we're gonna turn around. We're gonna take the first left. 4 masked women. Okay, we're on our way back to the stairs. Let me stop and read the chat. You got the collection on sale as well, Chris? Yeah, it's really good. You're not a fan of this level because of the traps, says Fluffy. Your characters died more to the traps than the enemy encounters. If the game kept track of where the pits were, I would be pretty happy with it. But the fact that we need to manually keep track of the pits, that is for sure an added level of challenge. Even above, like, I like a challenge, but that might be a little bit much even for me. Like, at least in Etrian Odyssey, you can draw on the map yourself, so you can mark where the pits are. Here, it doesn't seem like there's anything that will let us mark down spots on the map. Okay, so this is why Filru is with us. This is Mahalito. It's one of the most significant spells in the entire game, because it's the first really big AoE spell that your wizard is going to get. If we can drop this Mahalito fast enough, we can just wipe all of these ninjas before they have time to do anything. Let's see what happens. Mavtato gets a good hit in. Mount Potato gets hit and poisoned. We can cure poison, I think. Okay, here's our Mahalito. We just wiped 3 of the ninjas. One of them's badly injured, and Chris finished them off. So Mahalito just completely bailed us out there. Sorry, hold on a second. Looks like we got no treasure. Yes, no treasure. Okay. So I don't think we have a spell to cure poison yet. We have Dialco, which can cure paralysis, but we don't have a poison cure spell. If you're new to this chat, if you're new to this channel, one of the things I love the most in this world is drinking water. So you're going to hear me drinking water a lot during the stream. Celery is locked in. I guess I'm celery now. You got to do it the 1981 way with a pen and paper map. Yeah, the problem is all my notebooks right now are currently full of pictures of magical girls that I've been drawing. If you get the package of 3, you get them for $30 each, even when there's no sale. Oh, that's really nice. I got it on sale too, actually. No, I didn't. I bought it full price. I'm stupid. I was, you know what, I even remember saying that. I was like, you know what, it's Etrian Odyssey. For me, it's worth paying full price. So my favorite Etrian Odyssey games are 1, 2, and 5. 5 is really, really good. I think it's very underrated. I think it's the best game since Etrian Odyssey 1. I'm a really big fan of, like, classic stuff. So even though, like, 3 and 4 have, like, a little bit more modern features, and I mean, 3 has a lot of really cool stuff. You can play as a ninja and a pirate in that game. Like, that's so cool. But for me, like, Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2 are so classic. Like, for me, that's where it's at. Having said that, I think 5 is really incredible. I think it was the first game that I ever played that gave me the same feeling that I had when I played Etrian Odyssey 1. It's so good in terms of roleplay. All right, so this is why we brought a... No, we don't have it. Where's our potion? Who has our potion? Here it is, an antidote. We have an antidote. We can use this on Mount Potato. I think I'm going to save it because I'm pretty sure he can survive long enough to get back or she can survive long enough to get back to town. Am I a Mahou Shoujo enjoyer? Yes, I am. I'm actually making a video game right now about magical girls. That's kind of what all the drawings are. They're like character designs and things like that. I've been talking about it for a while. I haven't released any information publicly. I think this is the first time I've really said anything very publicly about it. But I'm feeling very chatty today, so I'm probably going to blab more than I should. All right, we got to find our way all the way around this spiral. All right, this Uzumaki. Yeah, Mount Potato will be fine. I became a little plant. You like adding water to your Mountain Dew? Watered down Mountain Dew. Overpriced, watered down Mountain Dew. Delicious. Wizardry but Mahou Shoujo? No, that's not the idea. I don't want to say too much else about it. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have even brought it up. I tend to be very, very secretive about my projects because I don't like the idea of, like, if I come up... I think I'm very good at coming up with ideas. That's one compliment I can give myself. And I don't like thinking that I could come up with a really good idea and then say something about it, and then someone else takes my idea and does it, like, before I can. Because I'm good at coming up with ideas, but I'm very slow. Like, that game has been in development for over a year now, and I still we have a lot of art done, we have a lot of music done, but it's nowhere near to the point where, like, if somebody wanted to steal my idea, like, they could easily just do it before I get it. And I really don't, like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too paranoid, but I just don't like the idea of that happening, so I usually tend to be very quiet about my ideas. Okay, so I'm going to show off how Dispel Undead works here. I'm going to have Silvara cast it, and she should be able to wipe out at least one kobold. Because she's a higher level, it's based on level, so we could possibly wipe this entire group of undead with one single cast. So her turn's coming up soon. We got one of them. No, we got one of them. So Pizza killed one, Silvara killed one, Chris killed one. We could have got more, but didn't quite get there. Burrito can also ambush right now because they're in the back row. Thieves can ambush if they succeed at hiding, as you just saw. I think Burrito doesn't have any weapons. I think I said I was going to fix this before the next stream, and then I forgot to do it. I'm such a good streamer. Alright, let me see if Silvara has any Dios casts left. The answer is we have 2. I'm just going to cast them on Pizza. No, I'm going to cast them on Pizza. It doesn't really matter who I cast them on, actually. Everyone's going to have to rest anyway. Yeah. It didn't really matter. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. You're also very slow. You have many ideas, but you have nothing with them except for Wattpad stories. What's Wattpad? Alright, let's go to the inn. We're going to rest up our characters, and then I'm going to make the characters for the people who showed up a little bit later in the stream, which I might have to scroll back up. You've only played Etrian Odyssey 5 in the series before. You had trouble getting past the first few levels and understanding it, so you ended up dropping it, but you may go back to it in the future. The games are a little bit complicated, they're a little bit archaic, but if you're into like old school dungeon crawlers, I think they do like the old school dungeon crawling formula better than any other game out there. The way, like, the diversity of different character builds you can play, the way, like, your class and skill selection actually matters, status effects actually matter, you can use them for exploring, and you can even use them for boss battles. Like, most RPGs, status effect builds are completely useless. In Etrian Odyssey, they're pivotal to the gameplay. There's just so many things about it that's just so peak. It's so good. Alright, so we're gonna rest and recover all of our characters. It seems like it only takes 1 week to recover no matter how injured you are. So you don't really need to you don't need to waste time playing around resting and recovering. Like in the older games, it was kind of worth it to never rest at the end so that your characters never got older. But here, if it only takes 1 week, I don't think it matters that much. All right, I'm going to go to the training grounds. We're going to create a character. Yeah, I can't be slower than Yandere Dev. I'm not sure who that is. You don't know why you post to Wattpad instead of AO3. I'm not sure what Wattpad is, sorry. Let me scroll up really quick. Your favorite is 3. The one thing I like about 3 is that if you make a high-level farmer ninja, you can make yourself completely immune to random encounters and just clear every floor of the dungeon without ever, like, it's literally playing like an actual ninja where you just sneak through the dungeon and you never fight anything. Okay, let me scroll up because somebody mentioned that they wanted to be a elf mage. Carlos said they wanted to be a gnome. I'll make Carlos as well. No, yeah, I haven't made the gnome yet, so we can make Carlos a gnome. And James wanted to be the elf. Okay, so James, elf, Carlos, gnome. I'm gonna roll your stat points now. 20 stat points. Oh, that's good. That happens around about 9% of the time. You get a 20 stat point bonus. So that's really good. Okay, so I'm going to boost your intellect, your agility. No, I want high intellect. I want decent piety. And then just like average agility. Actually, we can do above average, either vitality or agility. Agility is going to be better. This is a really good starting build. Okay, so we're going to do mage. And we're going to make you evil, because there's a chance that I'm going to want to make you into a priest later. This is our elf, and it is James. I'm going to find an elf portrait that I haven't used yet, which I think should be on this tab. I don't think I've used this one yet. James. And then Carlos wanted to be a gnome. Oh, 18. I'm not going to re-roll that. If you get something like 18, I'm not going to re-roll it. Normally, I roll everybody's stats one time to make them like truly random, but if your first like random pull is a high one, I'm not going to make you lose out on that. So we actually just got 2 really good starter mages. Okay, so for this one, we're going to want... excuse me. We're going to want intellect, a little bit of piety. No, we don't need piety. We actually need strength, because I might want to reclass you into a fighter. And then vitality... actually, vitality is not that important, because you're going to get a lot of HP later. I guess, honestly, max out intellect. And then the other points I'm going to put into strength, just in case it drops a few times. There's a small chance for your stats to drop. I want to avoid having your stats drop. So we're going to do mage. This one can be neutral. We're going to go to our gnomes. Find a gnome that I haven't used yet. And we're going to give this one to Carlos. Alright, so if we end up needing, if we end up wanting to train some backup mages, I have a couple of good backup mages now. Carlos, I'm not sure if you saw your character, I'll show it again really quick. Inspect, let me find him. Carlos. It's probably at the very bottom, yeah. This is your portrait here, Carlos. I give you 14 strength and 18 intellect because I want to probably change you into a fighter later on. I have no idea if this is a good line, but it could be interesting. Actually, you know what? So typically, gnome priest into fighter is good, but I'm wondering, I want to explore the potential of mage into fighter, so we're going to test that out. And let's see what starter spells you got. Halito and Catino, that's pretty standard. Those are usually the two spells that most mages start with. Every once in a while, you'll get a mage that starts with a few extra spells. So we have 3 mages. I'm going to actually show them, I'm going to show all 3 of them off. These are our 3 trainee mages. We have Maid, is our halfling mage. She's probably going to go into thief. These are all going to be multi-class builds. We have James, our elf mage. He's going to go into priest. And we have Carlos, our gnome mage, who's going to go into fighter. You could also do gnome mage into fighter, but the reason I'm doing this is just because I want all 3 of them to be a little bit more distinct. So, and maybe at some point in the near future, we'll go into the dungeon and level up all 3 of these characters. But I want to make another trip to floor 3 now. But before I do that, I have to buy some gear for Burrito. I think he's not holding any items. Let me check. Pizza's got a full set of gear. Mavtato actually doesn't have a weapon. That's a problem. Burrito has no gear. Okay, so we need to buy a weapon for Mavtato. I don't know how that happened. I think it's because they... Oh, I remember what happened. Didn't they... I think they got paralyzed in the last stream, and we were gonna bench them, but then we decided to heal them instead. I think that's what happened. We decided that we were willing to pay money to cure paralysis, just not reviving dead characters. Okay, so Burrito is a thief. So I'm gonna change the gear setups. Yes, okay. So short sword is going to be their highest damage on sneak attacks, so we're going to pay that. We're going to equip it right away. Standard leather armor is fine. Small shield is fine. I'm fine with this. Okay, what are our armor classes? 1. L0? What is L0? Does anyone understand what that is? Hold on a second. Let me go to the inn. Okay, it's just 0, but for some reason there's an L in front of it. I don't know why that happened. Is that 1.0? It's probably like a display error or something. That's funny. Okay, so Mavtato has helm, plate mail, shield +1. Pizza has helm, plate mail, shield +1. I wonder why Mavtato's armor class is lower, if they have the same gear. I'm actually not sure about that. Helm, plate mail, large shield. Huh, that's weird. Pizza's the only one who has like a higher armor... I think Pizza's the only one who has like an armor class that doesn't match their equipment. I'm not going to think too much about it, but that's interesting. Alright, let's buy a +1 shield for Chris. We're going to equip it right away. We're going to sell the large shield. If anybody knows why that's happening, let me know. What do you get from changing classes? Okay, so in this game, some of the classes have innate abilities, like fighters can get multi-attack from level up. Bishops can identify items. Priests can dispel undead. So reclassing into those classes is very good, and reclassing out of those classes is very bad. Like, for example, right now, Pizza has multi-attack. If we change them into another class, they will lose their multi-attack. But if we change a character into a fighter, they can keep certain abilities, like spells that they've learned, mages, for example. So if you make a character who is a mage, and you have them learn a bunch of spells, and then you turn them into a fighter, they keep all of their spells, but now they get the HP of a fighter, and they can learn how to multi-attack. So basically, going from mage into other classes tends to be really strong. Going from priest into certain other classes tends to be strong. Going from mage into thief is very good because you keep all of your spells, but you get the ability to disable traps and identify treasure chests and things like that. Did I end up grinding any units after the last stream? Yes, I took all of the level 1 characters and I grinded them up either to level 1 or to level 2 or level 3. You are L0. The short, the L is short for level. Has Silvara reached 11 strength yet? Let's check. She has exactly 11 strength now, yes. If we change Silvara into a fighter, it's probably going to be at level 7 or level 9. And that choice is going to be based on her spell selection. I think level 7 is fine. So as long as she doesn't lose strength on her next level up, we could potentially change her class pretty soon. As soon as pretty much the next time that she levels up. I'm going to have Filru not cast any spells yet. I want to save them for the more dangerous encounters on the 3rd floor. Nice multi-attack. The reason multi-attack is so good is because it gives you... not only does it double your max damage because you can hit twice, but it also means that even if you miss one attack, you might hit the other attack. So it also increases your average damage more than you would think. Because you're like it's kind of weird. Like your minimum damage is still the same, your maximum damage is still the same, but your ability to hit like values in the middle is actually increased. So yeah, like your average damage is going to be a little bit better than you'd expect, and your max damage just doubles or triples once you get the triple attack at level 10. I think Pizza is going to be the first person to get a triple attack. We can probably wipe this encounter. Why are we doing only evil or neutral characters? So good characters will not go in the same party as evil characters. So typically it's better to pick one alignment and stick with it. Certain characters have to be neutral, like samurais have to be neutral. Certain characters have to be either good or evil. All of our priests need to be either good or evil, so we're picking evil for that. All of our bishops are going to be evil. All of our clerics are going to be evil. All of our other characters are going to be neutral. Neutral just kind of works better because if you, for some reason, need to send them in a group with good characters, you can send neutral characters either way. And there's 2 special classes. Lord can only be good, and Ninja can only be evil. So if you play as an evil party, you'll never have access to the Lord class. And if you play as a good party, you'll never have access to the Ninja class. Not only is Ninja better than Lord, in my opinion, on top of that, there are special items in the game that only evil characters can equip. So in Wizardry 1, the evil party is just kind of better overall. But that's really only if you're trying to, if you're trying to like trying to like really optimize your gameplay. Like you can play a good party and you'll still be completely fine. You can play a party that's just like fighter, priest, mage, thief, like the most standard party. You never multi-class. You never use any of the special evil equipment. You don't need a lord or a ninja, and you can still beat the game. The Fafnir Knight was too easy if you just use Fafnir mode. I didn't play the story mode in Fafnir Knight just because I love the original scenario of Etrian Odyssey 2 so much. And one of the things that I really like about Fafnir Knight is that they allowed you to play through the new bonus dungeons while playing original mode with the original scenario. That was such a good choice. Millennium Girl, Etrian Odyssey Untold 1, unfortunately, you could only access the bonus dungeons if you played the story mode from, like, with the new story, pre-gen characters. It didn't let you play classic mode, and I like classic mode more, personally. Could you beat the game with a full party of fighters? I'm not sure. You'd have to ask, like, a challenge runner or something. I think it would be a little bit suboptimal because fighters can't do anything in the back row. Excuse me. Just had a burp there. I don't know if you guys ever hear that when I do that. I think like a more, like, if you want to do like the most basic party that's probably very effective, it would probably just be like a bunch of fighters and a bunch of mages, like maybe like one priest or something for healing and casting buff spells. Okay, so this is our Doom Epic. So I'm gonna try to go the same way that we went last time. I'm gonna change our trajectory a little bit. So we're going to not walk into the pit this time. Hold on a second. I see where we are. If we go right from here, it's going to take us here. Now the pit is to the right. We know there's a pit over there. So we're standing right here, and there's a pit over here. I'm going to go straight forward, and I'm going to check to see if there's a pit over here. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go this way. And And I'm going to hope that I'm not going to fall into a pit. I didn't fall into a pit. Okay. This is a good time to cast a Lomilwa. And Maftato is going to cast a Dumapik. This is going to give us an updated view on our map. Okay, we know there's a pit there. We know there's a pit there. I think there's a pit here, but I'm not 100% sure. Don't know how to confirm that without walking into it. It would be cool if you could also check for pits. Oh, this is so funny. Look, this is how old Dumapik used to work. Hold on a second. Please let the hotkeys work. No, it's not working. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't make the map at the bottom right turn big for some reason, but this is how it used to work. So if you look here on the bottom right, you can kind of see party location. The party is facing east. You are 5 squares east and 13 squares north of the stairs to the castle, and 3 levels below floor 1. That's how Dumapik used to work. That's all it would tell you. It just gave you information like that. There was no actual visual map like the one we have now. Run the game with a singular priest, just like the original Final Fantasy intended. You know what? I actually think like a solo challenge run of wizardry would be very interesting. I don't know how it would work exactly, but I think that would be cool. Solo priest would probably be very good because you could actually heal yourself. All right, so we've got a couple of secret doors to inspect. I'm going to check this one first. 7 amphibians. This seems new. I don't think we've encountered these before. Giant toads. Yeah, we have no information about them. They give good experience. Alright, I'm going to open up with an attack. For my attack group, multi-attack. I'm going to have Silvara cast Latu Mapik, so we can get information on these toads. I'm going to have Burrito try to do an inspection. And I'm going to have Filru cast Mahalito. I don't know how dangerous these toads are, and there is a lot of them. Mahalito really shines in this situation where you have 7 toads and you can hit all 7 of them with a single cast. By the way, let's bring up the battle screen. So this is the Apple II battle screen. We're going to look at this for a little while. This is very fun. We're going to cast the spell. It's going to be Mahalito. This is how the frogs looked up here. Hold on, I pointed with my finger. You guys can't see that. This is how the frogs looked up here. Oh, they can poison us. Okay, that's good to know. Mahalito. We did not wipe them, but we did a lot of damage to the group. I'm not sure what that was. Looks like we just annihilated them. All right, hold on. Let me cancel the screen out. All right, I do like the original Apple II screen, but unfortunately it blocks the view of the new screen. And I need to see the new screen as well. Okay, so if we're going to come down to this floor, I think we have to train a character who can cure poison, because we can't keep spending 300 gold on antidotes every time someone gets poisoned. We're going to need a character who can cast poison. Good experience is a bad sign sometimes. So in Wizardry 1, I've actually seen... Hold on a second. I share this link about once per stream. I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to do it. This is an awesome data mine that I found from Data Driven Gamer on the original Wizardry 1. This is an incredible resource. I learned so much from reading this blog. So, apparently in Wizardry 1, the biggest impact on the experience formula is magic resistance. So enemies who give a lot of experience, usually it's just because they have a high magic resistance stat, which is really funny. Because, I guess, yeah, like, enemies that resist magic are hard to get rid of, but that's still kind of funny. Banana reposter, now I'm a banana. Wizardry 4 run, when is that going to be? That would be fun. I don't think I've ever played Wizardry 4. I know that I've played 1, 2, 3. I know that I've played 5. I don't think I've ever played Wizardry 4. Oh, it was supposed to be celery. Dumapik was probably crazy useful before graphing paper was invented. Also probably useful for checking to make sure your map was right. Yeah, so you could use Dumapik to help yourself with drawing the map, but it didn't draw the map for you, which was a pretty big distinction, I would have to say. I'm actually going to use the antidote that we have with us. I think Silvara's holding it. Who is poisoned? Chris is poisoned. I'm going to use it on Chris. Okay. So... 6 rabbits and 7 coyotes. Interesting. Vorpal bunny. I think we've seen that before. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. They give a lot of experience, too. I'm going to have Miftato cast Mogref on the Vorpal bunnies. No, not Mogref, sorry. Catino on the Vorpal bunnies. My other characters are going to start multi-attacking them. I'm going to have Silvara cast another Latum Epic. I'm going to have Burrito inspect. We've got more information on the coyotes already, so let's inspect the Vorpal bunnies. And then I'm going to try to wipe the coyote group. Oh, we do not have any more Mahalito casts. That's not good. I'm going to cast Catino on the coyotes, I guess. I wanted to cast Mahalito on them. I didn't realize Filru only has 1 cast. Alright, let's see how this goes. This is scary, because these are... The name Vorpal Bunny makes me think that they can, like, instant kill our characters. Which would be very bad if true. They resisted all of our Catino. Probably not that surprising, considering the enemies are high level here. Is my Latum Epic killing the enemies? Let me scroll up through the log. No, Chris just killed them with a regular attack. What weapon does Chris have equipped? Do they have a magic weapon equipped or something? Alright, let's just unload on their front line. Silvara, I'm gonna have her cast Bamatu to increase our armor class, so the Vorpal bunnies are less likely to hit us. I do not want them to hit us. I'm also gonna cast Catino again. I need to try and put these coyotes to sleep. I see chat's moving fast over there too, by the way. Thank you guys for being so active in the chat today. I say pretty much anytime people show up and chat in the Wizardry stream, it makes me so happy. Because I love this game. And I don't really expect that most people would be interested in watching a stream of a really old game like this. Even if it's a remake, a modern remake of like an old dungeon crawler. I tend to believe that old dungeon crawlers are not that popular. Alright, I'm going to keep attacking the Vorpal bunnies. I really want to get rid of them before any other enemy type. Silvara can cast Badios. Burrito can do sneak attacks. And I'm just going to start using Halito as well. I want to get rid of these Vorpal bunnies fast, because I'm very scared that they have an instant death attack. I don't know if they do, but I'm scared that they do. Fortunately, we're hitting them for like peanuts damage. The coyotes are starting to run away, so that's good. Okay. Enemies are starting to run. A lot of them are running. Okay. I think we made it. We just have to wipe out these last 2 coyotes, or just wait for them to run away. They're running like cowards. They all ran. I think we got a few kills before they ran away, though. We got a decent number of kills. We actually killed 3 Vorpal bunnies. Everything else ran away. Hearing me talk about wizardry like this makes you happy? That's good. That's nice. Halloweenery, scullery, whitery, vampirery, smellery. If I played an Etrian Odyssey game on stream, how would I handle characters? I've said this before, but I'm probably never going to stream Etrian Odyssey just because I've already played those games so much. I don't think it would be very fun to watch me just like play through the games. I'm not sure, like maybe it would be fun, more fun than I'm imagining, but I'm thinking that it probably wouldn't be that fun. But I could be wrong. But either way. I'm just imagining, like, people don't want to watch me play Etrian Odyssey for the, I don't know, 17th time or however many times I've played it at this point. I'm very scared of pit traps. What I would like to do is find a secret door on this side of the wall. And I suspect that there is one right here. And I'm correct about that information. This should allow me... Ooh, 7 Samurai. Isn't that the name of a movie? 7 Samurai? That sounds familiar. Wizardry 4 one day. I would definitely consider doing Wizardry 4 one day, especially if I somehow become a wizardry streamer and people actually show up for this kind of content, that would greatly encourage me to do it. We got a sick ambush turn. We ambushed them before they had time to do anything. We took out 3 of the samurai. We're hitting serious multi-attacks. Two hits for 22 damage. So not only is Mavtato hitting multiple times, they're hitting for 11 damage per hit. That's crazy. 2 times for 14 damage. I love multi-attack. It's so fun. It's also an anime. Maybe that's why I've heard about it. After all, I used to be an anime channel before I just started playing Fire Emblem exclusively. Oh, this is different. This is not where I expected to go. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I currently do not know where I am. I'm gonna do another Doom Epic. This is why having a samurai or a fighter with spells is really good, because you can just keep casting Doom Epic over and over again and you won't run out as quickly. Okay, so right in front of us, I got it. Right in front of us is a pit trap. The other direction, there are no pit traps. If we take the second left, that will send us back to the stairs. And I want to go back in here and investigate this area at some point in time, because there's clearly something good over here. But we're not ready for that yet. We have to go back. We have to level up. We have a few characters who can level up. I would love it if Silvara or Filru could gain a level. Level 0 Maid asks if I saw your name, your list of whimsical nicknames. Yeah, I thought I read them out loud. Maybe I read them in my head. There's an Etrian 3 HD rebalancing mod. It could be a fun way to freshen up the experience. To be totally honest, because of the Ninja Farmer thing I mentioned earlier, it's very fun, it's very funny, like the first time you do it, but I will probably never play Etrian Odyssey 3 ever again, because typically when I get about halfway through the game, I just get a Ninja Farmer in my party and I skip all the encounters, and it kind of just becomes a walking simulator. Vivi Cooley says these streams are a lot of fun, but you've been busy lately, so you can't hop in for as much, probably not as much active chatting, or maybe not even as much lurking. I do appreciate the lurking, by the way. Lurking's fun. Lurking's nice. I love the lurkers. I love the chatters. Should I say I love the chatters more, or should I say I love everyone equally? I don't know. Which one's nicer? Which one's smarter to say out loud as a streamer? But no, I really do. I really appreciate everyone who's here, even the lurkers. A single level 1 mage. This is where's the JoJo stomp down meme that I've seen this meme before. Oh, he surprised us. He surprised us. Oh, he ran away. Okay, he was smart enough to run away. So we just this is why I love, oh my god, I love classic dungeon crawlers so much. The idea that we would just walk into a level 1 mage by himself. He sees our party, like he sees that he's walking into a 6v1. He drops 20 gold on the ground and he just runs away. That's so funny. I'm still gonna look up this meme though. We didn't get to stomp him down. I'm on part 3 of... no, I finished part 3 of JoJo. I'm watching part 4 now. But I've seen this meme before. Let me see if I can find a version that's like just the picture of the stomp down with no text. Here it is. Copy the image link. I think this works. No, that's not gonna work. Hold on a second. This is the content that you guys come here for. Me having a image search tab open in a separate window, not reading the chat. Visit site. Okay, it's from Know Your Meme. Okay, I don't want to read the whole thing because it's going to spoil JoJo, which I haven't watched yet. I'm just going to post the link to the Know Your Meme page. You guys can read it if you want. This is what I'm talking about, where the JoJo characters all stomp down on that one guy. Reg says he loves the lurkers more. Would it help if I said you don't even need a ninja farmer in the rebalance mod and you can just do that with a level 1 farmer? No, that makes it worse. It's like it makes the game. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain what I mean, but because it's so convenient, it's very hard for me to resist the temptation of doing that. But then because I do that, it makes the game less fun because I'm skipping all of the exploration and all of the dungeon crawling. So it's kind of weird. It's like the best option, like, kind of removes the fun from the game. It reminds me of, if you've ever played the original Harvest Moon on the Super Nintendo, I found out that after the sun goes down, the clock stops moving. So what you can do is you can do all of your time-sensitive tasks during the day before the sun goes down, and then after the sun goes down, you can water all of your crops, and it just massively increases your productivity, as long as you're willing to do that, but it makes the game less fun because you're just, like, over-optimizing it. You guys like the witch from Puyo Puyo? Let's see. Who was the first person who said something about that? You love the lurkers just as much as the chatters. Jellery is literally posting meme links on main. Yeah, I like, I've played Puyo Puyo, I can't remember which game I've played, but I have played one game in the series. Apparently it's the same thing as Sonic, Mean Bean Machine. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Okay, Solbar is nowhere close to a level up, so I was completely wrong about thinking that she was going to level up soon. Let's just spam Dios on Chris. By the way, Dios is not a JoJo reference. Dio is a wizardry reference. Or most likely they're both just names for the Latin word Dio. We have to use all of our casts. See, this is when Dios is bad. When it heals for like 1 HP at a time, you have to cast it like 5 times just to heal one character. Okay, everyone is at full now except for... Nope, Silvar has no more casts, so we're just going to do this. Mean Bean Machine is how Puyo Puyo 1 was released in the West. Ah, okay. So I have played an actual Puyo Puyo game though. I haven't just played Mean Bean Machine, but I knew that piece of trivia about Mean Bean Machine. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine being the same game. You didn't know that about Harvest Moon? Yeah, it increases your productivity massively, but only if you're willing to spend like extra real life time per day watering all your crops after the sun goes down. And oh, here's the worst thing about it, is you can also use the hot springs after the sun goes down. So what you can do is you can plant your entire field full of crops, and then after the sun goes down, you can water crops until you're exhausted, go up to the top of the mountain, sit in the hot tub for as much time as you want, recover all of your stamina, go back down, water crops, go back to the hot tub, recover your stamina, go back to the field, water your crops, and you can just do this for like an hour because the clock just stops moving after the sun goes down. It's a literal hot tub time machine. DI is going to head out. See you, lads. Going to fix some stuff. It was nice meeting all of you. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you for coming to the stream, DI. It was nice meeting you as well. You loved Mean Bean Machine. I was going to say something else, but I forgot what it was. Well, who cares? Let's go to the end. Mavtato needs to rest to get back spell slots. Pizza needs to rest to get back 1 HP. Chris needs to rest to level up. They got a good level up. Solid stats across the board, plus 2 HP. So the problem with these characters like Chris and Pizza, excuse me, is that fighters become stronger and stronger as you level them up, which is obviously a good thing. But unfortunately, you never really want to multi-class a fighter, so they don't, like, their only long-term potential is that they will just continue to get stronger and stronger as frontline fighters who can't do anything else. But it also means, like, they can never pick locks, they can never learn magic spells, they can never learn priest spells, they can never identify items. Like, the only thing they do is stand in the front line and swing their sword, and they hit things really hard, and they're very, very good at that, which is awesome. But it just, like, yeah. If you're thinking, like, long-term, if you want to build, like, an optimal party in the long-term, eventually you're going to retire all of your fighters, and you're going to replace them with other characters who reclass into fighters and bring, like, other attributes with them. This is a significant level up for Burrito, because they got 5 hit points. Nice. Burrito's kind of the same. A character who starts in a thief is never going to do anything else other than just being a thief. But it's also hard to like, reclass from mage into thief, because it takes time to train your mage. Alright, I'm going to train all of our level 1 mages that we just added really quick. So we're going to sort by level. We're going to add Maid, James, and Carlos to the party. We're going to take them to fight Murphy's Ghost. And we should be able to win with 3 really strong frontline fighters, I hope. When you asked to be a Hobbit fighter, you didn't expect to become such a strong character. Yeah, that's really awesome that Mavtato turned out so strong. And Samurai is actually a good class too, like even for long term, because they will learn arcane spells over time. I love the trope of Hobbit fighters. I got into fantasy. I mean, The Hobbit was like one of the first books that I ever read. And then I also read The Lord of the Rings not long after that. And I really love, I guess this is technically a spoiler for I don't know, 50-year-old book and like a 20-year-old movie at this point. Although this scene was cut from the movie. But in the books, in the Scouring of the Shire, which is at the very end of the story, after they defeat Sauron, Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin go back to the Shire, and they find that the Shire has been taken over by humans that were under Sauron's control. They've been industrializing the Shire. They've been cutting down the forests. They've been building factories and polluting the area. And they have to drive out all of the people who've been polluting the Shire and kind of turn it back into like a more natural land. Actually, let me get into this battle before I tell this story, because I'm just going to be mashing the attack button anyway. Okay, so, and then once they come back, they find that the Shire's been taken over. It's actually by followers of Sauron, if I remember correctly. And there's this awesome scene where they come back from the war and nobody knows who they are. So there's these guards who've been put up to stop people from entering the Shire, like guards who are blocking the road. And they're like, we don't know who you are, like, you can't come in here. And I'm pretty sure it's Pippin takes off his cloak, and he reveals that he has like a sigil of the Knights of Gondor. He's like, I'm a Knight of Gondor. I served the Steward of Gondor and the King of Gondor. I fought in the war against the invading forces of Mordor. And you dare ask me who I am? And the humans get scared and they run away from him. It's so awesome. I don't remember the exact quote, obviously. This is from a book that I read when I was a child. But it's so awesome, and that stuck with me for so long. I've always loved like Hobbit fighters and Halfling fighters. Like the idea of a Halfling or a Hobbit just being like so awesome, like being like a strong fighter despite the fact that they're so short, and even being able to like use intimidation and like bully humans is so cool. That's one Murphy's Ghost down from one Yap session. Oh my god, that was a multi-attack if I've ever seen one. You hit him 2 times for 15 damage. One Yap session equals one Murphy's Ghost. Fighters are good to have on standby, even basic fighters. Yeah, that's the one really good thing about them, is that if we ever need like somebody to just fill in a party slot, having these strong fighters with us, they can always just join the party and come with us. If you guys want to hear any more Lord of the Rings stories, let me know. Oh, this is fun. Look at this. Ouch, it's very dark here. That's the only visual that you get when you're in a dark area. Ouch. Ouch. It's very dark here. Alright, hold on, we can walk. We can find another ouch. Okay, so I think when you're standing here... Let me cast... Do map pick. The party is facing west. Okay, hold on. I know where I am right now. I'm right here. And if you look here, if I turn around and then go like... Yeah, I have to turn around and then just like go in a loop to the right. It will take me around this corner here, which is kind of weird because it loops me back to the top of the map. And then I go through this door, and this wizard will teleport me back to town. And you can always tell when you're standing in front of this door. Let me clear out the map screen. I really love the old map screen, but I wish there was a way to toggle it so that you didn't have both things on screen at the same time. Okay, so anyway, when you go around this corner, if you're facing the door, you can actually see in the bottom... Oh, I clicked. I clicked because I wanted to show you guys. You can actually see in the bottom left corner, there's a button that says open door. So even when you're in a dark room, you can tell when there's a door in front of you. Now, unfortunately, my character is... my PNG is blocking that anyway, so you wouldn't have been able to see it anyway, now that I think about it. You love Lord of the Rings. Your grandpa showed them to you as a kid, and you got super into fantasy ever since then. Yeah, for me, that was like my gateway into fantasy. Hello, Kunai Katachurisis. You watched my Fire Emblem tier list video, and you mentioned that I was a teacher. What subject do or did I teach? I was a chemistry lab instructor. So I would teach, I would give lectures before the lab, and then we would go into the lab, and the students would do their experiments, and I would supervise them while they were doing their experiments. So Mavtato needs to rest, recover their spell slots. Pizza needs to rest and recover some HP. I actually really enjoyed it. That was a great job. And at the same time, I actually had technically a second job. These were technically 2 separate jobs because I was getting a separate salary for both jobs. The other job was a... what was it even called? I don't remember anymore. I think... yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what it was called, but my job was basically to manage the. Well, I wasn't the main person who did it. I was an assistant to the main person who managed the storeroom where all of the supplies, chemicals, instruments, and things were kept for the chemistry lab. So what was really funny is that I would basically manage the storeroom and manage the laboratory and set up the lab, and then I would also teach and supervise the lab. So it was like I was setting up my own labs and also getting paid for it, which was kind of funny. But I mean, if I wasn't doing it, someone else would have been setting it up for me. So it is technically two separate jobs. It's safe to make baking soda volcanoes with their supervision. You're in the party. Have you managed to screw everything up yet? No, you did very well, actually. We're about to see what your very first level up is. So your very first level up, you got +1 vitality and +1 agility. That's really good. We were hoping you would get more agility. You got two spell points. You learned Mograph and you learned Duma Pick. Duma Pick is the most important spell. You did not get enough experience to level up twice. We might go back and fight another Murphy's Ghost. Let's see James' first level up. James got Duma Pick. James got a much better level up. That is a clutch level up. I think he's on max HP right now. I believe 8 HP, which is what James has. I think this is the maximum HP for a level 2 mage. Now we're going to look at Carlos. Carlos is going to get their first level up. They got the worst level up out of the bunch. They lost Piety, they lost Vitality, they lost Agility. And the only spell they got was Mograph, so they didn't even get Duma Pick. So currently, I would say Carlos is our worst mage. You did it. You learned a good spell. Even your level ups are level 0. No, that was a decent level up. Just getting Duma Pick is like one of the most significant things that your mage is going to do at the start, because they always start with Catino, no matter what. So the way you learn spells in this game, there is a small chance to learn each spell that you're capable of learning. And if you fail all of your checks when the character is created, they start with the first spell on the list, which is... I'm going to show you. Actually, the first spell on the list is actually Catino. I don't know why they're listed in a different order, but if you don't learn any other spells, you always start with Catino. And then I think the second one on the list is Halito. Hold on, I could be wrong. Maybe it is Halito. Maybe Halito is the one that you always get. You know what? I can't remember anymore. Hold on, let me go to Data Driven Gamer. I just closed the tab. Sorry guys, I really love game mechanics and things like that. So for me, like once I get onto one of these tangents, I have to look into it. Okay, learning spells. Learning spells. I can't find it. Learn. Yes. So the chance is IQ over 30. We talked about this during the last stream. So for example, in Maid's case, they have a 13 over 30, which is, let me get my calculator. 13 over 30. So Maid, you have a 43% chance of learning every single spell that's on your potential spell list. Which, yeah, so on the next level up, you'll have a 43% chance of learning each of the second circle spells. The first spell in each circle will always be learned as soon as it is possible to do so, yeah. So it doesn't tell me which spell is the first one in each circle. So maybe it is, I guess it's Halito in this case. So if you fail all of your checks, so if you fail to learn Halito, Mograph, Catino, and Duma Pick, your character will just start with Halito anyway, is I believe how it works. You were not aware that level ups could reduce stats. It's based on your age. So the higher your age is, the higher chance to lose stats. The lower your age is, the better chance to increase stats. Which is why, like, it basically prevents you from grinding your characters infinitely, because eventually they will get old and their stats will start to go down. And then when their vitality drops to 0, they actually die of old age, which is wild. It takes a very long time for that to happen, though. You'd have to play the game very inefficiently. How did your character do? Asks Vivi. You had to leave a bit after I made her last time. I think Vivi died. Let me check. We'll check when we go back to town. We got one more grinding session here. If you want, I will make you a new character. I think we still have at least one party slot in the roster. I might have to make a character based on what class we need, though. Right now, we don't need any mages. We don't need any bishops. I don't know if we need any thieves. We might need priests. I'll check to see if we need any priests. Yeah, all the game mechanic stuff is so interesting to me personally. I love game mechanics, especially as someone who has a hobby of designing games. I've always loved making games, working on my own games. The first game that I ever made, I wish I still had this. I wish I still had. If I could just find some way to find like this old file, but I know it's not saved anywhere. The first game that I ever made was a platformer. I was really into Naruto at the time. So I made a game where you play as... I made original characters. It wasn't like a Naruto fan game, but you basically played as a quote-unquote ninja, but they were like Naruto-style, like ninja wizards. It was like a platformer, so the only thing you could do was like you could run around, you could throw shuriken. There were 3 different characters. For all 3 characters, the shuriken throw worked the same, but all 3 of them had different spells. I think one of them had like a fireball spell, like a fireball jutsu. I don't remember what any of the other ones had. This was so long ago. I don't think there was a double jump, but I think I got a wall jump to work. And all of the enemies had like really fast projectiles they would shoot at you. They would just throw shuriken or kunai at you really fast. And they had like really good tracking, so they would always throw it like wherever your character was on the screen at the time. But if you got good at controlling the characters, you could dodge them, because you can move in the air after you jumped. You're okay with that as long as it helps. Okay, cool. Oops, I just triggered another battle. I guess we're gonna fight them twice. Does anyone have a good subject for me to yap about, or anything you guys want to talk about? Anything interesting going on in anyone's lives other than mine? I guess I'm the streamer. I should be the one who has interesting things to talk about. Did I already say that I'm going over to my mother's house tomorrow? She wanted me to put an air conditioning unit in her window. She needs help installing it. She can't do it herself. That was really fast. That was a really fast kill. Alright, we grinded enough. We have sufficiently grinded. We used our antidote, so we have to remember to buy a replacement antidote. Oops. 5 undead kobolds. I'm going to show off the power of Dispel again. No, I'm not. I don't have a priest with me. I'm a veteran game dev. I mean, hobbyist. I'm a veteran game dev hobbyist. You love Naruto, you definitely would have played it. I want to make a video about Naruto. I've been meaning to do it for a while. I'm tired of pretending that I don't love Naruto. Okay, so if I turn around, I go here, I walk around, the door should be here. Okay, cool. So, let me see if I can get the cursor to show up without clicking. Unfortunately, I have to click to make the cursor show up. Okay, so behind my PNG, where you guys can't see, there's a button that says open door. I'm not going to bother trying to show it off. You guys know that it's there. You guys believe me. You've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles, the definitive edition. Does that count? I haven't played any Xenoblade before. You want me to buy a replacement antidote? Thank you for the reminder. I probably would have forgotten, even though I said it 1 minute ago. Fluffy says Naruto is the GOAT. I reread through the entire manga recently, and I enjoyed it so much. More than I thought I was going to. I figured, like, probably, it lives on in nostalgia or whatever. But when I read it, I actually enjoyed it a lot. I would say maybe towards the end I started skimming or reading a lot faster, but I don't think that was because it got worse. I think it was just because I was kind of burned out from reading such a long series so quickly. Okay, so we're going to get another level up. Okay, so this is a good example. So you had a 43% chance of learning a few different spells. You probably failed all of your checks, and you only learned Dilto. Or what happened is that you only passed the check for Dilto, and so you only learned Dilto. But I believe Dilto's the first spell in the second circle, so that's why you learned it. Intellect and agility, that's fine. As long as your vitality doesn't drop too much, you're going to be okay. It is a little bit low, but not much we can do about that. You actually got 2 level ups, so this is very good. So this time, you learned Sopic. There was basically a 43% chance of that happening. If you failed all of your checks, you actually would not have learned any new spells this level. You're guaranteed to get spells on level 5, though. You see how our stats are going up more than they're going down? That's because our characters are still very young, which means their chance of stats going down is very low. She's got pretty good hit points, too. 4, 8, 12, 16. So the max HP you should have right now is 16. So 12 out of 16 is, like, pretty good. I think 17 divided by 2. So 8 or 9 HP is the average. You have 12, so you're definitely above average on HP. But it's still very low. Mages have trash HP. Okay, let's see what spells James get. James got Mogref, Dilto, and... So he didn't get anything this time. Carlos is going to get Dilto, Sopic, and Dumapic. So they finally got Dumapic. So we're going to check their full spell list now. I'm going to do it in the roster. Where am I at? I'm sorting by level. Yeah, so here's Maid, James, and Carlos. I noticed that James is actually the youngest. Maid and Carlos are a little bit older. The age doesn't matter too much when they're still very young. I think it's randomized when you create your character. They start between like 19 and 23. So it looks like you got like a low roll, you got like a high roll. I'm going to see how many spells each of them has. So Maid has all of the first circle spells, and then from the second circle you have Dilto and Sopic. James has only Dilto, and Carlos has Dilto and Sopic. So they didn't get a lot of second circle. I don't remember how many second circle spells there are, though. I think there might only be 2. The second circle is a little bit weird, I can say that for sure. Alright, let's rearrange the party. We're done with our training projects. I want to add our high-level characters back into the party. Silvara, Burrito, Filru. I'm going to make sure that they're rested. They are. Okay, everyone's rested. Oh, wow. Mob Potato has 100 kills. Pizza has 103. These are like our the two that are competing the most on kill count. Mob Potato and Pizza. Chris is so tanky, though. Look at that HP value. 68 HP. If you don't know, HP trends towards being above average. The reason this happens is because every time you level up, the game actually re-rolls your HP. If you get a lower value, it just increases by 1. If you get a higher value, it goes up to the new value. So like eventually you're going to get an above average roll, which is why your HP is going to be above average, on average. Level 0 Maid asks if my PNG looks like the Shin Megami Tensei Demi Fiend. No, actually, but somebody has mentioned that before. I think in one of my first streams, somebody showed up and they were like, oh, you have a really cool Demi Fiend tattoo. What it's actually supposed to be is, this is going to sound so edgy, but I came up with this idea. I wanted my character to, where's my character? Here they are. Let me make sure all the other windows are locked so I don't move anything around. So I wanted my character to have either blood or ink dripping from their eyes at all times. So you can see there, I just have like ink dripping from my eyes. The artist who did it, why am I completely blanking on their name? Oh, this is so embarrassing. Hold on a second, I have to go to x.com, formerly known as Twitter. Sorry, guys. I'm not gonna talk about somebody's art without giving them credit, so I have to. It's pretty much mandatory. In my defense, we haven't talked in about a year. Not for any reason. Like we didn't like get into a fight or anything. I'm not like a very sociable person. So like even my friends, like sometimes like if they don't reach out to me, I won't send them any messages either. Yeah, it's Xeon Art. I will post their name in the chat as well. They have made some really awesome Yume Nikki fan art, and I really love their Yume Nikki art. So I asked them if they would draw this picture for me, and they drew, well, not just this picture, they actually drew me a bunch of pictures of this character that I could use for my streaming, stuff like that. Get over there. Here's probably fine. All right, so that's just another Yap session. I'll lock that in place so I don't accidentally move it. X makes the site sound like a very different platform. I don't know why they changed it. Don't ask me. I don't even use it anymore. That was the first time I've logged in gosh, I don't know how long, months. Yume Nikki fan art. Yeah, go check out their page if you haven't. Honestly, you might have even seen their stuff before and you just didn't know who they were. Yume Nikki is one of my favorite games of all time. It's such an amazing cult classic. It's so influential on so many game developers, like Elrisuki. I made a Yume Nikki inspired game. That was another one of the first games that I've ever made, and I'm actually remaking it right now in my free time. It was made in like a really old version of RPG Maker, and I'm remaking it in one of the newer versions of RPG Maker because I want to, like, honestly, when I replayed it, I was like, how in the world did I make this? Like, how was this so good? Like, I was so surprised at how good it was. The story and like characters are like I don't know. I think at the time when I made it, I was in like a very specific like mental space that allowed me to create like really transcendent art that I don't think I could even make now if I tried. Like it's very special. It's a very special game. And I even say that as the person who created it without any shame. Hold on a second. I have to find out how to sell this broken item that I have with me. Yeah, here it is. So for some reason, whenever you use like a potion, you get a broken item in your inventory. I guess it's supposed to be like the bottle that the potion came in. I don't know why. It's just worth 1 gold. All right, so we're gonna buy a replacement potion, which is antidote here. They're very expensive, but we need to bring them with us for emergency scenarios so that we don't accidentally let any of our characters die. And we're gonna go for another dungeon dive while we're here. You've never made a Twitter account or a Facebook. Yeah, I made it when I first started my YouTube channel, and I used to use it a lot back then, but the truth is, like, nobody ever really read or commented on my posts, and I never got... if you look at my stats for my YouTube page, if I go to my analytics page, an unbelievably small number of my views come from Twitter. It's like 2 views per year. Like, it's crazy, like how Twitter did not help promote my YouTube content at all. So for that reason, and probably for other reasons as well, which don't really feel like talking about on stream, but I pretty much stopped using it. I mean, not consciously. I just haven't logged in for a while. How many games have I made? So as a hobby, like, I make a lot of games. I just work on games in my spare time. Most of them haven't been completed, so I can't really say that I have quote unquote like made games, but I worked on like little projects and stuff like that, and I got a few of them into a playable state. Are you able to find them for yourselves? Unfortunately not. I've never really shared most of the games that I made publicly. I have occasionally like uploaded them to like old forums and stuff like that, or showed them to friends, but not anything that I'm gonna like show off right now. Made games, MAID. I don't think I've ever made a game with a maid in it, but I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. I'm trying to think. Very soon, hopefully soon, I will be able to post something on this channel. So the 2 games that I'm working on right now are the Magical Girl game that I mentioned before, and I'm remaking, you know, that old RPG Maker Yume Nikki inspired game that I came up with a while ago. I'm remaking that from scratch. I want to remake the puzzles. I want to make the puzzles better. The puzzles sucked, but like the writing was so good. I think I was seriously like, it was just like the combination of like edgy teenager and like probably like legitimate like mental illness just converged to make like a really great story. Like, you know how people who have like people who are going through like depression and like having like problems in their lives like make really awesome art. Like, that was me. I just made like really great art, and I want to share that with people. So we're gonna see if I'm able to do that at some point in time. All right. So I think I know where I'm going. Let me go. Okay, so I'm standing in front of the stairs. We're gonna look at our most recent Duma pick. So if we go down twice, and then take no, we don't have to take any rights. We just have to locate a secret door, which is gonna be on the right. So we're gonna go here. Nope, I was completely wrong, and Philru just died. How could this happen? How could this happen so easily? Oh, God. How did that happen? I was looking at the map, and I walked into a pit. Philru, no. how did that happen? Hello, Pram, the Oracle. Thanks for stopping by. This is Wizardry. Hello, Chris. Rest in peace, Filru. All right, we're going back. We're on the way back already. Time to bring out one of the replacement mages. Good thing we trained a few. Chris is saluting. Yeah, that was brutal. I just walked into the dungeon. I thought we were going to make serious progress. We're heading back to town. I did a cartwheel into death. You joined just in time for an exciting death. That sucks. We cannot catch a break with these low-level mages. Hey, Gianni. Thanks for stopping by. R.I.P. Filru. He was a real one. I think I used a female portrait for Filru. Not that it matters. You can have feminine-looking males and masculine-looking women. I suppose. There's no rules against it. Alright, let's head back. We have a good selection of mages now, and I was going to create a character for someone else, and I forgot to do so. I'm sorry about that. I forget that all the time. I'm very scatterbrained. I wish I could eat on stream. Does anyone else wish they could just eat on stream? Hold on, where am I? Okay, I know where I am. I wish I could eat while streaming. That would be so nice. Like, I'm in the mood for a snack right now. You know what I wish I could do? I wish I could go to the store, buy potato chips, bring them back, and eat them while streaming. And nobody would hear, like, me crunching on potato chips. Something tells me nobody would notice the fact that I was gone for 15 minutes. Something tells me that's not possible, but man, that would be great, wouldn't it? I don't know why I'm craving potato chips either. I always get sick. I get sick every time I eat potato chips. And then a few months later, I just come back. I can't resist them. They're so good. They're so good. They're one of the foods that's like borderline for my acid reflux. Like, I can eat potato chips and they don't, like, you know, destroy my body, but they do make me feel sick afterwards. And then, you know, every time I just end up thinking, you know what, that was worth it. That was worth it. I'll do it again in a few months. Level 0 mage, you're heading out. You're going to take a nap before bed. Don't question that. Okay, I'm not. I was actually going to question that, but I will not. Have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Burrito is still standing. Yeah, Burrito's doing great. I can eat on stream if I want to. Trust me, I can't. You guys are going to hear me crunching so loud on those potato chips. Or snacks. Maybe if I found something soft, I could eat it on stream, but I don't know. It's probably not a good idea. Okay, Pizza doesn't need healing. Chris needs healing. Silvara, still not going to level up anytime soon. Burrito doesn't need to rest. Okay, so we're going to go to the training grounds. We're going to inspect Filru. She's probably near the top of the list, honestly. She is. Does she have any good items? No, okay. I am going to delete Filru. This is our send-off. Goodbye, Filru. You are our currently strongest mage, and now you fell into a pit and died. Now I need to figure out what mage I want to bring with me, and how I can be much smarter and how I can keep them alive. So I'm going to switch to sort by class. So our options are New Reg, who has 11 HP, will probably die very easily. Maid, James, and Carlos, who all have 11 or 12 HP, and will all probably die very easily. Okay, out of these, who is the most useful in the immediate term? Maid can become a replacement thief, which would be strong. We don't really need any frontliners. We have good frontliners already. So I think Maid is the best option, but how about you guys pick? Maid, James, or Carlos? Let me know in chat who you want to see join the party. Mavtato says that they eat while I'm streaming all the time. Oh, you're making me so jealous. It's like how your lactose intolerant friends like to go and get ice cream. Oh man, ever since I found out about lactose intolerance is, I don't know if it's better or worse, because when I didn't have any, like if I didn't have lactase supplements, I just, you know, didn't eat any cheese. I didn't drink, I don't drink milk anyway, but I didn't eat any cheese for a very long time. Once I found out about Lactaid, I started eating cheese again and just having Lactaid with it. And the Lactaid helps, but it's still probably worse for my long-term health. I got 2 votes for Maid, 1 for Carlos, 1 for James. We'll go with Maid. That's fine. Maid was here for most of the stream today anyway, so maybe if they end up looking at the archive, they'll see that we added them to the party right after they left, which would be pretty funny. All right. Gianni also wants to see Maid. Vivi says potato. No, hold on a second. Thank you for posting a message, Vivi. I'm going back. I'm gonna add you to the team. If you're not already in the party, which I'm gonna, or if you're not already in the guild, which I'm gonna check. Okay, so if there is a Vivi here, should I say Vivi or Vivi? Okay, so you're not in there now. So what do we need now? We have enough bishops. We have enough thieves. We have a good assortment of priests. We have a lot of fighters. Honestly, I think a human mage to replace Filru is probably the best thing. So I'll make you a human mage. Human, I'm going to roll your stats now. 9 stat points, that's standard. And we are going to make you a mage, so you need at least 11 intellect. Because human has good long-term viability. Hold on a second, let me look at these base stats. I think if I was going to reclass you into anything, what would it even be? I'm not sure. I don't really need any more mages at this point, but if Vivi's going to be here and they're going to be talking in the stream, we might as well make a character for them, even if they're not going to go out on any quests right away. Honestly, 11 intellect. You know what? Let's do an optimized mage build. Let's not think about multi-classing. Let's think about this character as a long-term mage. So as a long-term mage, what we actually want is 11 intellect, just so that they can learn spells, and then everything else should be going into vitality, agility, and luck. Can I get any of them to 16? So 12 luck is a breakpoint for saving throws. I'm going to give them 11 luck because it's likely to level up at some point. After that, I'm going to put vitality and agility both to 10. Is it better to do that, or is it better to just focus on one? I think I'm just going to focus on agility. 12 agility, 11 luck. This gives us a pretty decent balanced stat spread. After we gain a few levels, we're eventually probably going to get 16 agility, maybe 18 luck, you never know. 12 luck is pretty likely, and then everything else, we'll have to live with it. This is probably the best mage you can make with like a minimum stat roll. It's Vivi. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Oh, by the way, Pram, I leveled up your character as well. I'll show them to you before we go into the dungeon. Did we use this portrait already? Because it's kind of funny. We've used that one for sure. I don't think I've used this before. It kind of looks like your icon too. Nope, not C. Alright, and I'm going to inspect the roster. So I believe Poyo was your character, Pram, if I'm not mistaken. I did level you up to level 2. I did off-stream grinding. I got everybody up to level 2 or level 3. And I think Abaddon... Where's Abaddon? This is Marceo's character, but actually he's not here. So I'll show it to him if he stops by today. Yes, I do remember sometimes. I remember individual people and even their characters. I don't know how. Sometimes I don't remember. Sometimes I do. Yeah, Poyo or Polo. I'm going to say Poyo because I took a Spanish class when I was in ninth grade or something. So I speak a very small amount of Spanish. Makes me want to say Pollo. Which also means chicken, which is pretty funny. Alright. You know what I want to do, actually, while we're here? I want to check the... Yes, this door. The bronze door. And then we're going to go in here. 6 zombies. This door, I noticed there's usually like a decent encounter that gives good experience and is not too difficult. But I could be wrong about that. I could have just been lucky. What I'd really like to see is another group of those coins. Those coins gave a lot of experience. You were going for Pollo? I knew it. I knew it. Oh, that was an awesome dispel. Silvara just took out 4 zombies with a single action from the back row, too. From the 3-point line. Oh my god, that was sick. I love a good dispel. You just love to see a good dispel. That was so awesome. That was so sick. I hope Silvara reaches level 7 soon. I'm very excited for her long-term prospects. Wow. 95% chance to inspect. And a 95% to disarm. Oh, no, 80%. Yeah, 95% to disarm as well. Burrito failed to disarm with 95% chance? What are you doing, man? That was pretty cool. That was exciting. A lot of exciting things just happened. That Dispel, first of all, that was awesome. The 95% disarm chance, that was awesome. You don't see that every day. It's probably because he's a combination of high level. So disarm chance is based on level and I think either agility or luck, which he has max agility, he has max luck, and he's level 8. So we're doing, Burrito's doing awesome. I do want to eventually make a replacement multi-class thief who can cast Dumapic, who can cast Mahalito, and stuff like that. But having said that, it's really awesome to have Burrito available and have him on the bench so we can bring him out anytime we need to. Very good pronunciation, thank you. Yeah, they got annihilated. Those zombies got destroyed. This is not a safe place for zombies. This chat is not a zombie safe zone. 6 more zombies just lining up to get destroyed by Silvara. Dispel Undead, which is actually funny because I was talking to one of my friends who's a zombie VTuber just earlier today. I probably shouldn't have said that. Oh my god, wow! 5 Dispel. A level also factors into Dispel. So being a level 6 character and casting Dispel against zombies that are probably level 2 or level 3 is why Silvara is just annihilating them. I love a good Dispel. That was a Silvara moment right there. Let me see how close she is to level up. She's getting closer, but we're not really getting the experience that we need. Alright, let's try to be more careful now. So if I go here, where am I right now? I think this is a place that I've never been before. I'm going to walk to the end, but I'm not going to take another step forward. So if I'm correct, I'm going to have Mavtato cast a Dumapic. Wow, 20 people are in the stream right now. Thank you guys so much. Okay, I was not where I thought I was. I was not where I thought I was. But I am in a safe place. If I walk forward, I know that there's no pit here. I'm 95% sure that there's no pit here. Is there a door to my right? Yes. I want to check this door while I'm here. I don't need to go through it. I've been there before. So there's not a pit here. I'm going to cast another Dumapic. Okay. If we take the next right, I think we'll be safe. Moment of truth. Okay. I'm starting to memorize where the pits are. Where the pit traps are. If I'm standing here, there's no pit here. There is a pit here. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Bring up the map. No, not even the map. Cast Dumapic. I want to be 100% sure about where I am right now. Okay. I have a solution. It's not a good solution. It's not a smart solution. But I have a solution. There is a pit. Here. Nope. Oh, come on. That's not fair. It canceled out my Dumapic when I clicked on the screen. I can load it again. Okay. There is a pit here. Stop doing that. There's a pit here. Here. And here. Are we just going to memorize that fact? I mean, it's a triangle. I can kind of remember that there's a triangle here, right? I think there's not any pits here, because we've gone this way before. Remember, we came out of this door, and we went this way. So what we have to find is we have to find a way to get over here, or over here, without falling in any pits. I think the solution is to go this way, and then this way, and then through this door. But right now, I'm so scared I'm about to fall into another pit. By the way, Maid has a 40% chance to avoid pit traps. That's why she didn't take any damage. Okay, this is safe. If I turn right, that doesn't seem right. If I turn right, should be a secret door here or here. Is it a one-way door? Let me cast Doom Epic. I think I'm in, yes, that's a one-way door, okay. So the reason I can't go through there is because it's a one-way door. Is there a way through over here? No. Okay, so I've learned something important. We cannot get in here from the bottom. We have to get in through the top. But there's a pit trap blocking here and here. So the only way to get in here is to go in through this secret passage. We have to go through here, 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 and then here. I'm not going to explore any further today. Well, not today, but I mean, I'm going to go back to the town and rest. Because we've already taken damage from a pit trap, I don't want to push and explore any further and get Maid killed. We learned some very important information. I think I want to go back with this information in my head. I'm going to cast another Doom Epic, so I'm 100% sure where I am. Okay, we're just going to go straight. We're going to take the second left. This leads to the stairs with no pits in the way. Yes. Okay, I'm starting to learn. Pram says one-way doors suck. I think they can present an interesting obstacle. Like in this case, I actually like the fact that you have to go through a specific path in order to get safely to this room that I want to reach. Based on the fact that it requires going to the other side of a one-way door. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to phrase. Is there any way to make the pitfall traps appear on the map? Ooh, nice dispel. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out any way to do that yet. I wish there was a way to do it. That's the one thing I would probably change about this remake. I would include, at the very least, I would make it so that you can draw on the map, like in Etrian Odyssey. I think I just heard my neighbors talking. If you guys can hear that, let me know. I will temporarily mute the microphone. We didn't get any level ups, unfortunately, but that's okay. So the good thing is, once we get to this place, we know a safe route back, and I think I have planned out a safe route that will get us there. The only thing that was throwing me off last time is that I was misunderstanding the direction of the stairs, which was causing me to walk into a pit when I was trying to walk into a spot that I thought I knew was safe. Okay, we're gonna go to the inn. Mavtato needs to rest to get back their Doom Epic charges. Pizza and Chris do not need to rest. Silvara needs to rest. Burrito needs to heal. And Maid needs to rest. Okay. I'm gonna go right back in before I forget. You don't hear the neighbors? You don't hear any neighbors either? Okay, Vivi and Pram both say they don't hear anything. I think it's probably, like, I can hear it, but you guys can't hear it, but it still just makes me anxious. I just don't want you guys to hear it. There was one time when it was definitely, you guys could hear it on stream. I went back and I watched the archive and I heard it, and I was like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing. And they were fighting too, not like fist fighting, but they were arguing. I could hear them yelling at each other. And I muted the mic for like a couple seconds until they stopped. But then I went back and I watched the archive, and you could hear them yelling at each other before I muted the mic. I can't remember which stream it was. It was a while ago. That was like one of my biggest fears when I first started streaming. And then after a while, I just accepted if it happens, I'll just mute the mic. I get paranoid about it sometimes too. Ooh, 4 creeping cruds. These are the monsters we do not want to see, because they can inflict status effects on us. Looks like we just wiped them out really fast though. This is why multi-attack is so good. You can just like spam the attack button and wipe through these random encounters until you get to like a dangerous floor. Like once we get to the 3rd floor, we have to be careful. But on the 2nd floor, we're pretty safe. I think you're supposed to be around level 7 on the 3rd floor. So particularly Silvara and Maid are a little bit under-leveled. You can tell with Silvara because if she was a level 7 priest, she could cure poison, which would be important because there are enemies on this 3rd floor that can poison our characters. And then with Maid as well, a level, like any mage under level 7 can just instantly die to a pit trap or if they get hit by 1 attack. Carlos says they left the stream audio on and took a nap. I do that sometimes, actually. I do that a lot, especially with like my favorite streamers and my favorite just creators who just upload, they don't stream, but they upload videos every day and stuff like that. Are we winning? I think we found a safe path, so I'm going to show it to you now. The only thing is I don't know which direction I'm facing, so actually let me cast Doom Epic. Okay. So, we are facing south. We need to face north. What I'm going to do, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to go through this secret door. It's going to take us here. I'm going to take the first right. There's no pit here. Then I'm going to take this secret door through here. Then I'm going to take this secret door through here. And we're going to check to see what's behind this door. There are pit traps all around here. So we need to go through this roundabout path through these secret doors so that we don't walk through the center of these, like these areas, these 4-way intersections. A lot of them have pit traps, particularly these 3 right here. These are all blocking the way to the room that I want to reach. So we're going to turn around, we're going to go through the secret door, we're going to take the first right, and then we're going to go through the next secret door. And I think I understand where I'm going. So we're going to turn around, we're going to go through this secret door. I'm also going to cast Low Milwa right now, so we can see. This will make it easier to spot the secret doors as well. Like you can see that one over here just lit up on the wall. This right here. We're going to go here. We're going to take the first right. There's another secret door here. We're going to go through here. Watch out. 7 ninjas. Is Doom Epic a limited spell? Yes. This is why I really love multi-class mages, because if you take a mage and turn them into a thief, they can still cast Doom Epic, but they'll have all of the trap checking and lock picking abilities of a thief. If you take a mage and turn them into a fighter, they will still have Doom Epic, but they will have a lot of HP, they will be able to multi-attack, they'll have the fighting ability of a fighter. So multi-class mage into other characters is really good because you end up having a bunch of times that you can cast Doom Epic. You'll be able to cast it like 20 times per quest instead of only like 5 to 7 times. How much do we know about these ninjas? Very little. They give a lot of experience. For this reason, hold on a second. We're going to inspect them. See if we can get some good information. We learned they're a melee class character. They count as level 3 enemies. They have 5 attacks per turn. Is that true? That sounds like a lot. I think that might be saying they have +5 to hit, but I'm not sure. Maybe they actually have 5 attacks per turn. If true, that's insane. I'm going to cast Bamatu, which is going to increase the armor of our entire party, which is going to make it harder for the ninjas to hit Mavtato, Pizza, and Chris. Burrito's going to try to hide again. Maid is going to cast Catino. No, I'm going to cast Dilto. I think Dilto's better. The reason I like Dilto more than Catino is because enemies can resist Catino. So if Catino succeeds, it will put them to sleep. While they're asleep, we hit them for double damage. That sounds really strong, but they can resist it. Dilto, they cannot resist. It just gives us a 10% higher chance to hit them with each attack. And because we have 3 characters who are multi-attacking, that's a plus 10% hit on 6 attacks, which is a really big bonus, and the enemies cannot resist it. Hello, Miko Lovely. Thank you for stopping by today. Who's still alive? Philru died. Mostly everyone else is still alive. Your insecure mind check maps every 2 seconds. You're going to be destroyed by this game. So you can turn on a setting. I'm using the classic settings. You can turn on a new setting that allows you to use Doom Epic as much as you want. I have it turned off. You think it's plus 5 hit? Yeah, I think it's plus 5 hit. Increasing armor means reducing AC. Yeah, so right now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see Maptato has 0 armor, Pizza has 0 armor, Chris has 0 armor. After we cast our buff spell, our armor is going to go down to -4, which means it's much harder to hit us. Yeah, so now we have -4 armor. You can see now, -4, -4, -4. It basically means they have a 20% less chance to hit us. Ninja is actually a really good class too because they get +1 to their multi-attack for some reason. I don't know why. They're the only fighter class that gets +1 to their multi-attack. So like a level 1 ninja gets 2 attacks and a level 5 ninja gets 3 attacks. Whereas a fighter, they have to get level 5 before they get 2 attacks. They have to get level 10 before they get 3 attacks. For some reason, the bar just became really wide. I don't know why. All right, we have got our buff spells going. I'm going to try to do some inspecting. I'm going to do an ambush. I'm going to inspect the enemies again. I actually want to kill them before they run away because they give so much experience. Unfortunately, we're spreading our attacks out. Yeah. Their accuracy is pretty decent, I will say. Nice. Inspect. Going to hide. Pizza seems to be poisoned, and I think Maptato might be as well. We might need to head back soon. But this is fine because I think we're gonna get a few level ups from this fight. Oh man, this is gonna be good. We killed 7 ninjas worth 1,000 experience each. We're gonna get a ton of experience here. I'm not gonna cast here because I think it might be a waste of a Latium Epic. Nice, we got him. Okay, we should get 7,000 experience. 9,000 even. 9,500. Each character got 1,500 experience. That is so good. Okay, because that fight was so intense, I completely forgot where we are. I'm gonna have no, not Silvara. I'm gonna have Maptato cast to Doom Epic. Silvara and Maid are both ready to level up. Yeah, let's go back to town. Okay, so right now we are not where I thought we were, but that's okay. We're actually in a really good place. If I go out this door right here, we're gonna be right near the stairs. I got turned around somehow, but it worked to our advantage. Stairs should be right here. I can see them. One of the requirements to become a ninja is to reach level 12. No. They have stat requirements, but I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what the stats are. And then the other way to change into a ninja, there's actually a dagger that you can use to change into a ninja, which is really cool. By the way, Z-Man, thank you for stopping by today. Is this your first time here? I don't think I recognize your username, but sometimes I'm just scatterbrained. Yeah, we got poisoned, but I think we can just make it back to town safely before the poison kills us. If not, I'll check. I'll cast heals if I have to. The way back should be here. So they gave, they didn't give 1,000 experience. I just said that. They gave like 1,200 or something. So if you multiply that by 7, it just ends up being like over 9,000. It's over 9,000! You're a lurker. We love lurkers. Especially if you click the like button. I don't like saying that, but whenever I say it, the number of likes goes up. So I kind of have to say it. It actually every YouTuber says this, like they don't like saying it, but it actually works. So you just like kind of have to say it. Yeah, they need 17 in every stat. Ah, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I don't think there's a level requirement, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, they need a very high in every stat. 17 is a pretty crazy requirement. Okay, because the poison is going to disappear as soon as I leave the dungeon, I don't really need to worry about healing Maptato or Pizza. So let's just head back. We respect our lurkers, lurker gang. Let's go, lurkers. Alright, time for some very significant level ups. This could be the time where we reclass Silvara into a fighter. This could be her moment. Okay, Maptato needs some healing. Pizza is desperately in need of some healing. The crazy thing is, Chris is still on full HP. Chris just tanked through everything. Tanked through a line of 7 ninjas. Crazy. Alright, Silvara, this is about to be a good level up. We're hoping she learns a lot of spells, or miracles, divine spells, I guess they're called in this game. If she doesn't learn a lot of divine spells, I might keep her as a priest for a little while longer. The only thing she got was Dial. That's tough. That's really tough. So if we reclass her, she will still retain the ability to learn new spells, but her chance of learning new spells will go down. It might still be okay. Oh no, hold on. Her strength just went down, so she can't reclass into a fighter anyway. We actually need to keep leveling her as a priest until her strength goes back up to 11. So the choice has been taken out of my hands. Okay, let's see, Maid. Awesome level up. That's an Omni level up right there. You got Mahalito, very important spell. All of your stats went up. You got 2 hit points. It's nice to be reminded to do the things sometimes. It's actually very nice to remind myself to drink some water right now. And remind everyone in chat to drink some water right now. By the way, Miku, in the last stream when you were here, you said you wanted me to create a character for you, and I said I was going to do it, and then I didn't do it. If I remember correctly, you said you wanted to be an elf thief. Is that correct? Let me know if I'm wrong. I want to bring... Do I want to bring another potion with me? Another antidote? I'm really bummed about the fact that Silvara didn't get the spell that I wanted. Let me inspect her character sheet. Silvara. Here she is. So the spell that she got, Dial, is pretty good. It heals for 2 to 16 hit points, which is a lot better than Dios. The problem is the spell that we really wanted was Latumofis, which cures poison. That one is so important. The other thing is that she needs 11 strength, and unfortunately, we got the unlucky roll and her strength went down to 10, so we have to get it back up to 11 before we can change her party. Miku says that she does want to be an elf thief. I have a really good memory when it comes to certain things. Alright, elf. 19 stat points. Okay, you got extremely lucky there. I'm going to level you as if I want to eventually turn you into a ninja. Which means, number 1, you need to be evil. Number 2, I want you to survive for a long time. So we want 12 luck, at least 16 agility. How much vitality can we get? Unfortunately, we can't get very high vitality. I'm gonna do this. 12 vitality, 16 agility, 12 luck. This is +1 to saving throws, +1 to initiative, and then your other stats are pretty balanced, but they have the potential to go up. In theory, you might eventually become a ninja, especially if we get a dagger of... I think it's called Dagger of Thieves, is the item that she used to transform into a ninja. The awesome thing about Dagger of Thieves is that you don't reset your stat points when you class change. And you're going to get an elf portrait. I'm going to give you this one. M-E-K-U. By the way, is it okay if I call you Miku? I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. I don't want... If it sounds too much like Hatsune Miku, you can let me know. Evil, got it. Still alive, got it. Stats can go down. Yeah, when you level up, based on your age, there's a small chance for your stats to go down. There's a pretty big chance for your stats to go up, and there's a small chance for your stats to do nothing. As you get older, the chance for the stats to go down increases, and eventually your vitality will go down to 0 and you'll die of old age. Ay Dios mío. Stats can go down. RIP the fighter dream. I think Silvara can still become a fighter, but she's probably going to have to gain 1 more level, which is pretty unfortunate because it's going to require a lot of experience to get her there. I like this group that we have. I want to go back in. I want to try this again. I want to try to get through that door. I think we can get through it. We might have to cast Do My Pick more than I wanted to, but we have plenty. We have Mavtato and Maid who can both cast Do My Pick. And Maid has Mahalito now, so if we get into a tough encounter, we can cast Mahalito. It is pronounced the same as Miku, but you checked and you're the original. Oh, you've had that name for longer than Hatsune Miku has been around. That's surprising. I mean, Hatsune Miku is pretty old at this point. I believe you. I 100% believe you. It's just surprising. 4 creeping cruds. This is my least favorite floor to encounter. I feel like they don't give a lot of experience. I mean, 550, I guess that's pretty good. But they can poison you. If they poison us, we just end up running back to town. I have a couple of level 1 characters, so I'm going to do another level 1 training session. Maybe after this dive. I'd like to reach the 4th floor today if we can, but I don't know. I have no idea where the stairs to the 4th floor are. I do not remember. It's been way too long. Also, I changed... let me go into the settings really quick. I want to show you guys something. Old school options. So, first let me find the Do My Pick thing. Yeah, Do My Pick map. Ambient map, yeah. So if you're playing the game, if you're the kind of person who thinks that you would have a hard time using Do My Pick, the way that I've been using it, the classic way, you can change ambient map to on, and this will make it so that Do My Pick, you always have a visible map on the screen. You don't have to worry about casting Do My Pick every time. But the map can still be tricked by teleporters, spinners, and other maze hazards, so you still need to cast Do My Pick from time to time. Like to get your bearings, but you don't have to cast it constantly like the way I'm doing it. The other thing I wanted to look for was now I don't remember what the other thing I wanted to look for was. Let's see. Character age? Was that it? I was talking about the ages. I'm not sure. Oh, it was the dungeon layout. Yeah. So in the original Apple II version of the game, they had a certain dungeon layout for the lower dungeons on the floors, and then when they re-released Wizardry, they changed the dungeon layout. Let me find it. Oh, sorry. It should be maybe under map options or advanced options. Maze options? I actually can't find it. I think this is an option you can only change at the start of the run. So at the start of the run, you get the choice to use either the original maps from the Apple II version or the remade maps from the console re-release. The maps in the console re-release are more complicated and more difficult to navigate, so I chose to use those. Hello, DI, you're back already. What is bad stuff on bad ending in this game? Like, really bad ending? So you can actually... This is actually a new feature, and I did not turn it on because I wanted to play, like, the classic version of the game. But apparently there's a new feature where if your party wipes and you leave the... So this is going to take a while to explain. In the old version of the game, if your party wiped, the dead characters would remain in the dungeon, and you could send a second party in to retrieve them and bring them back to town to recover their gear, to potentially revive them. In this new version of the game, they changed it so that if you wait too long, wandering monsters can loot those corpses, so you won't get your loot back, and they can also eat. They can also eat them, so you can't recover the bodies, stuff like that. Welcome back, by the way. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. Ooh, 7 coyotes and 6 giant toads. I am going to attack the giant toads. I'm going to cast... I have 4 casts of Bamatu. That's enough for 4 encounters. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to cast Bamatu, and I'm going to cast Dilto. No, I'm going to cast Katino on the larger group, which is the coyotes. Try to put some of the coyotes to sleep. Yeah, I think attacks is just their hit chance. Okay, the coyotes are the less dangerous enemies. The toads are more dangerous. So let's keep that in mind for the next fight. The coyotes are just kind of like filler enemies. Right. Yeah, the only thing they can do is run away or attack us. And they have pretty low accuracy. They count as level 4 enemies, which is actually good, because that means they give us more experience. Alright, let's keep attacking these toads. The toads count as level 4 enemies as well. But they have more accuracy, and I'm pretty sure they can poison us. I'm gonna try to inspect them. I want to get more information. It could be worse than getting eaten. Oh, really? What's worse than that? You thought they were going to be turned into zombies or something? No, they don't turn into zombies, so that's good. I haven't played very much Minecraft, but I remember one time in Minecraft, I think I died, and then a zombie came back, or like a zombie had all my items, and it killed me again. Does that sound like something that can happen in Minecraft? Or am I just hallucinating? Alright, I think we can win this counter just by spamming our multi-attacks. Maybe I'm too overconfident, but I like the fact that the coyotes can run away. So if we just ignore them for long enough, they will eventually run away. As they're doing now. So if I'm remembering correctly, enemies who can run, their chance to run increases each turn. That's why you'll notice, like, after a few turns, all of the coyotes will run away at the same time. It's because their chance to run away increases every turn. Okay, we got good experience. Nobody leveled up. There's not a door here. Hold on a second, let me cast Lomilois. I thought there would be a secret door in here. Is there really not one in here? I think I turned around and went the wrong way again. Sorry, it's so easy to get lost in here. Okay. I have to be very careful. Stairs should be here. So I wanted to go this way. I want to go through this secret door. Yes, I know where I'm going. Don't worry. I'm just getting lost every so often. Okay. If I stand here, I'm going to cast Do My Pick, which is Mavtato. Okay, we know where we are. I need to turn left. And then look for secret doors to my left. So there should be a secret door over here. 7 ninjas. We can take this party. We fought them before. I see what you're saying, DI. This is a little bit of a family-friendly channel, though. So keep the references to a minimum. Keep them vague. I don't really swear on stream. I don't really talk about adult subjects. And I don't know how old all of the viewers are, but I like to imagine that if somebody's watching and they're younger, I don't want them to hear anything that they don't need to hear, I guess. Okay. How many tier 3 spells do we have left? Should I cast Bamatu here? I want to cast Bamatu so I don't get poisoned again. Burrito. Inspect. Okay, this for me is worth a Mahalito. We only have one, but if we take out these ninjas, it's going to be a big deal. We need to get them before they run away. We need to get them before they poison us. Pram says this is a Christian server after all. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it. Alright, so that Mahalito was insane, by the way. Let me go. I need to look at the message log. That was crazy. Made just dealt. I'm going to add up all the damage. That was like one of the most insane Mahalitos we've ever had. Okay. 19 damage against the first ninja. Killed them. 12 damage against the second ninja. Killed them. 16 damage. Kill. 11 damage is the one who survived. 14 damage. Kill. 18 damage. Kill. She just dealt 90 damage with a single spell cast. We can only do that once, but when she gains levels, she'll be able to cast it more times. And that stops these guys from poisoning us. It stops them from running away so that we don't get the experience, because we badly want this experience. Do we get information? Not yet. I want to get their resistances, I want to get their extra actions, I want to get their special traits. But we have not got that information yet. Nice. Nice shot. My potato just took them out. Not everyone is an old fossil like you. Don't worry, I'm old too. Alright, this should be the way. Oh, my potato's ready to level up. There's 4 insects in here. Ooh, I don't think we've encountered these before. Oh, that's a really cool Apple II sprite. Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up. Huge spider. Check this out. That's a really cool Apple II sprite. That actually looks really good for like a game released in 1981. You can tell that, I mean, you can tell that's a spider. Alright. I'm guessing spiders can probably poison. Something tells me they're not as dangerous as the ninjas, so I'm just gonna try to take them out with multi-attacks. They're good at dodging. Okay, we killed one. They give about half as much experience as a ninja, so they're probably not as deadly. So I'm gonna have my back row just do inspections, try to get information. You love them, they're so cute. That's a cool spider. I think the Apple II sprite is really cool. I love old video game sprites. Like, don't get me wrong, like a new game with like really awesome graphics is very cool and very impressive too. But I'm the kind of person who really loves like old stuff, or just like I just like more. It's not even just the fact that it's old, but more simple looking things. I like really simple designs. Man, Burrito is really good at trap disarming now. 95%. 95% certainty that there's no trap here. I'm gonna try to disarm an exploding box, because if it is an exploding box, I don't want it to kill Maid. Okay, there was no trap, which we knew, but better safe than sorry. Okay, so if I go through here, this should be a small room. Okay, I went through the wrong door and got ambushed by 6 werebears. It is very easy to get lost on this floor. This spider is 44 years old. Where did you get that from? Where's the arachnophobia to help you, Konami? I don't think there's any games that have arachnophobia mods. How did you guys know the spider was 44? Where are you getting that from? I must have missed something. Oh, because of the Apple II version. I got you. Was that 44 years ago? Wow. Alright, I have no idea what these werebears can do. Yes, I do. I fought them before. I'm pretty sure they poison. I'm going to cast Bama too, because I think they can poison me. And I'm going to cast a Dilto so that their armor class goes down, or goes up, so that they're easier to hit, so that we can multi-attack them. Yeah, we want them to not hit us, so that we don't get poisoned. And we want to, yes, hit them, so that we kill them before they poison us. Unfortunately, we're spreading our damage around. It looks like they can flee. They have regen. I think we're good. Old sprite art is so cool, says Vivi. Just the idea of people trying to convey certain things through sprite limitations is really cool. Yeah, that's what I think. To me, that's what I like about it. I also like quote-unquote like bad art for the same reason, because I think somebody who is not very technically skilled at art, but they're trying their best to be creative and they're trying to make this idea come to life, I think that's so interesting and so cool. Like, there's something special about that. About somebody who's not talented at art still like doing everything that they possibly can to try and convey the idea that's in their imagination. Unfortunately, we almost killed them, but they both ran away, so we missed out on some experience there. We got a decent amount. Another chest. 95% certainty of blades. Okay, so now our disarm trap is only 79. So we're not guaranteed to disarm traps anymore, because we're on a lower floor, which means the traps have a higher difficulty mod. The good thing is, if you fail to disarm, the trap doesn't immediately go off. So you can just try a few times until it goes off, or until you either you open it or it goes off. Okay, I'm gonna cast Do My Pick and try to figure out where I am. I'm where I thought I was. Yes. Okay, if I go through the secret door to the left, it will take me where I want it to go. Okay, I'm going the right way. I was just doubting myself. Okay, so now there should be another secret door over here. Now I have to be careful because there are pit traps around here. But if I stay on the path that I'm going through where I take the secret doors, we can avoid the pits. We can avoid the pit traps. Now this should be the door that I thought I was going to go through. I think there's a small room through here. You played several games that have arachnophobia mode. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Monster Hunter has it. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know Monster Hunter had it at all. They turn into little poof balls, like the suit character from Howl's Moving Castle. Is his name, Calcifer? Is that his name? You spent so many quarters on Galaga, and then the 90s hit, and Philios was such an upgrade in graphics, it was unreal. Oh wow, DI, you are an ancient gamer. Like, actually several of the people in this chat. If you look at my stream analytics, most of the people who come to my stream are like 25 to 40 years old. yeah, I love the original Higurashi and Umineko art. Ryukishi. Your looks really faded a few decades ago. He's actually a pretty good example of that, though. Higurashi's original art is actually very charming, even if it's not that impressive. Yeah, for me, that's like one of the prime examples is that he probably would not get an A in an art class, but he was able to convey exactly what he was trying to show. He made the characters look a certain way, and the crazy thing is that the facial expressions are so emotive and so iconic. Like, one of the reasons Umineko is so popular is because of like the really crazy facial expressions, even from the original art. Like, they were so meme-worthy. Okay, so this is a door that we have never been in before. I want you guys to tell me if you want me to go through this door or if you want me to go back through town. You were born when the 4 Beatles were still alive, says DI. Pram says they died. I'm going to show my lack of culture here, but I'm pretty sure somebody shot John Lennon, right? The fact that I don't know that for sure means that I'm extremely lacking in knowledge, but I think that's what happened. Does anyone want me to go through this door? Does anyone want to take responsibility for this? Or does anyone want to send me back to town? I don't want to do it myself. I want chat to decide. There could be something deadly and dangerous through here. We have no idea what's in here. It was in 1980. Reg says take the door. Okay, it's your fault, Reg. Whatever's through here, you get the credit or the blame. He was shot in 1980. Okay. So it was actually 1 year before this game came out. Okay, it's just another... Well, I mean, we're obviously going to go through the other door. And that leads us to another door. Which leads us to another door. Okay. Oh my god, I love this game. We need to do my pick. We need to do my pick. That was amazing. Okay, so we got ourselves all worked up around this door. The only thing it does is it takes us through a series of one-way doors that take us back to the one-way door that we already know about. But that was not a waste of time because Mavtato and Maid are both about to level up. Okay, we should be able to find the stairs from here. They are straight ahead. Go through the door, go through the door. Break on through to the other... Yeah, we broke on through to the other side. Sick Doors reference. It's a 4 square. I can't... I have to say it, so I have to say it like at least 3 times per stream. That's why I just love these classic games. Like, you don't find... Like you won't find something that funny, or... I mean, you might find something equally funny, but you won't find that exact type of funny moment in a newer game where you just like walk through a door. Like, you get yourself psyched up to go through this door and you think it's going to be very dangerous, and the only thing on the other side is just like another door that leads you back to where you already were. And we stood outside that door for like 5 minutes. Like, I hesitated so long, and it was nothing. I mean, it wasn't nothing. Yeah, Reg gets credit for that one. Part of the reason why I started about 20 minutes early today is because I have to go to my mom's house tomorrow to install her air conditioner unit, which is good because it means I can stream for a little bit longer because I started a little bit earlier. I don't know how long I should make the Wizardry streams. There's probably a limit to how long I can do this before people in chat start to get bored. For me, I know there's been times in my life where I just sat down and played Wizardry for like 4 hours. Might be different on stream though. I could get exhausted sooner. I want to work on some scripts for some of my other videos too. Alright, we're going to go to the inn. Mavtato, this is going to be a... I think this is going to be a God level up. I think this is going to be an Omni level. Nope, it was the opposite. It was actually a very unlucky level up. No new spells learned. Multiple stats went down. Only one stat went up, and it's the least important stat for Mavtato. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Pizza is fine. Chris is fine. Silvara needs to recover her spell slots. Speaking of lactase, which we were talking about earlier, I actually ate pizza today because someone who cares about my health encouraged me to eat pizza, which was a very bad decision for my health. So maybe they should not have encouraged me to do that. But I can eat pizza now because of Lactaid, and that's probably why my stomach is a little bit like, I don't know if I'm making noises that you guys... I don't know if you guys can hear them or not, but I'm making noises today. Alright, Maid. I think this is going to be a good level up. I think Maid is going to learn some good spells. They did not learn any spells, but they got Intellect and they got Vitality. I'm happy with that. Maid is actually very close to level 7. Level 7 is the time where we would multi-class them if we were going to do so. How close is Silvara to leveling up? That's a good question. Geez, Tato, whose pizza was it? Or what pizza was it? Sorry. Pepperoni, spinach. The other half. There was onions on the other half, which I did not eat. I will never eat an onion in my life again. The onions bad for my acid reflux. Celery noises. What type of pizza? Pepperoni, spinach, and then the other half had onion on it, which I did not eat. No pineapple. I probably will never eat pineapple again either. That's another one that's probably bad for my acid reflux. I'm making decisions and entertaining a crowd. You just be more worried about me being... I'm glad that you guys are entertained. Pizza burrito. Pizza flavored burrito, or a pizza with like burrito ingredients on it. DI says they're going to be a heretic, but they're actually unapologetic about pineapple pizza. Yeah, it's a controversial subject. Oh, yes, here we go. Okay, now it's time for the JoJo stomping meme. Okay, so this level 1 mage just wandered into our group. We have a level 8 samurai, a level 8 fighter, a level 8 dwarf fighter with 68 HP. This guy is bulky. We have a level 7 priest, who is basically a fighter at this point. She's almost ready to become a fighter. We have Burrito, a level 8 a level 8 thief, who is extremely thuggish. he's like our ultimate thug. And then we have Maid, who's a little bit more gentle than the other 5. And they're about to stomp this priest to death, or this man-enemy mage to death. Good times. Pineapple with roasted cherries on pizza is just divine. Yeah, so unfortunately, the main thing I have to avoid now is eating fruits. Like, if I want to eat cheese, I can, as long as I take my lactase medicine, but I really can't eat a lot of fruits, because most fruits have, like, high acidity, which is bad for the acid reflux. Okay, now I have no idea where I'm going, because I finally explored the one place that I wanted to explore, and we learned the hard way that there was, in fact, nothing there. I don't want to walk on any potential pit traps, because I'm scared that Maid will fall into a pit and die. Let us look for secret doors that we have not entered before. So to do that, I'm going to cast Do My Pick. I'm facing south now. I want to turn around and I want to go left. Okay, so I want to find secret doors that are around here that we have not entered before. I'm going to see if there are any. I can't remember if we've entered this one or not, so I'm going to leave that one alone for now. It looks like there's one over here that we've never entered. See, there could be a pit here that I don't know about, so I'm not going to walk there yet. I'm going to wait until Maid levels up again. You wonder why people are so abrasive about pineapple on pizza. I think for most people it's just a meme. It's just like a joke. Like, it's just like a joke. Kind of like everybody's kind of in on the joke that it's like this big deal about whether or not pineapple on pizza is good, if you're for it or against it. For me personally, I don't care one way or the other. I had somebody order a pineapple pizza when I was with them. They didn't even ask me either. They weren't like, hey, is it okay if I order like pineapple on the pizza? They just ordered it. But I mean, it was fine. I ate it. It's actually pretty decent. I don't have a strong opinion one way or there. I think most people probably don't either. They just kind of play it up for the meme. Was it a tomato-based sauce? Yeah, I still do tomatoes. Sorry. I'm sure there's people in here who care about my health too. Okay. This is a time when I can cast Latu Mapic now and get good information on these werebears. That's a fun word to say, werebear. The one good thing that Maid got is she can cast Mahalito twice now per encounter. I'll show you that. Up here you can see this number 2. It matches with this kind of like dark green color. You see Mahalito is our only dark green spell. You can also see it's tier 3. Tier 3 is dark green. So we can actually cast it twice now instead of casting it once. I am going to cast it here. I'm going to try to quickly wipe out this group of werebears. We dealt a good amount of damage. Not a lot. One of them ran away. We killed one. We injured the others. We got another one with a multi-attack. Pizza, I'm counting on you. He did not get the last one. Okay. So now we have more information on them. We know they count as level 5 characters. They also have very high HP. 5d8 is a lot. That is, they can have up to 40 HP. On average, they're going to have about 22. They only have +1 hit, so they're not super accurate, so we don't really need to worry about casting buff spells when we encounter them. How many casts do we have left? We have 3 casts. I'm going to cast another Latu Mapic. No, I want to save it for another enemy type. I think it's fine to just inspect here. I think Mahalito is still a lifesaver, though. Nice kill, Maptato. Desert pizza exists. I haven't heard of that. Fruity pizza genuinely doesn't sound bad, says Chris. Oh, dessert pizza, not desert pizza. Guys, what is wrong with me? There's a chocolate chip pizza with sweet bread. Oh, that sounds good. I can't eat chocolate anymore, but I want to one day. In the last stream, somebody recommended me something. I believe they said it was called Cabon chocolate. I need to look into that. When you grew up, you stopped caring about pineapple on pizza. I don't think it's necessarily a sign of immaturity, but I do think younger people are more likely to go along with like jokes or memes or even take them more seriously. How is it a cake? It takes like... How is it... Sorry, hold on. White bread is basically cake, says Chris. Prem says, how is it cake? It tastes like nothing and you hate the texture. White bread. White bread. Oh, you're talking about just like a regular slice of bread. Is that a cake? I don't know. Desert pizza is like a s'more. Dessert pizza is like a s'more with a cinnamon roll. You guys are talking about things that are beyond my level of understanding. Okay, so this is a place... I don't know if we've ever been here before. I'm going to cast a Doom Epic. Oops, I did not press the right button. Okay, now I'm going to cast a Doom Epic. Okay, we're in a new place. That's good. I think there's a pit here. I'm going to try to avoid it. I'll cast another Doom Epic once I get out of this room. No encounters, that's surprising. Okay, so I think the other door should be here. Now I believe there's a pit immediately right there. I'm going to try to avoid it. And I think there should be a secret door. Oh no. 3 rotting corpses. Martabak Terbuka. It's an open-faced dessert pizza. Let me know how my pronunciation was. Martabak Terbuka. Rotting corpses. We don't have very much information on them. I'm going to do an inspection while Silvara does Dispel Undead. Nice. Okay, they go down pretty fast to multi-attacks. Yep, we just took them out. We didn't even need Silvara to dispel them. Burrito is so ugly, but you love them. Yeah, I made them ugly on purpose. I wanted to make them like as, just, I don't know, just kind of like, yeah. Okay, so this should be our next secret door. Now, if we go through here, we should be pretty close to where the original staircase is. I believe, I'm going to cast Doom Epic, but before I cast it, I'm going to tell you guys what I think. I believe that immediately to my right is a place without a pit. And it leads right back to the staircase. It's along the route that we've been taking to get back to the stairs safely. That is correct. See this right here? This is the route we've been taking to get back to the stairs safely. So what we essentially found was a path that takes us back here without risking any pit traps. We also know that there's no pit here or here. So this opens up possibilities for exploring secret doors that are between these passages. For now, I'm going to take one step right, and then I'm going to walk back to the staircase safely. The first one was correct. Because we already cast a few spells, I think it's time to go back and rest. And let's train our level 1 characters really quick. I like switching back between like exploring and training. It breaks up the monotony a little bit. Makes it so that you're not just grinding nonstop. It also makes it so you're not just constantly like going, you know, making 2 rooms worth of progress and then going back to town to camp. We're doing something a little different. We're training some characters now. And we can see if any of these level 1 characters turn out any good. How close is Silvara to level up? She's a ways off. She needs 6,000 experience. We'll have to fight like 6 more groups of ninjas to level up Silvara, which is a lot, considering we can only really fight 1 at a time before we have to go back and rest. Pizza's getting close to their multi-attack, though. Their triple attack, I should say. Alright. This should be the way home. It's going to be time for a water check soon. My, my bottled water is empty right now. It's time to pump you up. Training arc time. In fact, before I do the training arc, let's do this. So first, let's rest everyone. Pizza's fine, Chris is fine. I noticed Pizza and Chris have been coming back on full health, like, pretty consistently. That's the power of high-level fighters. Okay, Silvara needs to recover her spell slots. Burrito's fine. Mage needs to recover her spell slots. Okay, we're gonna go to the training grounds. I'm gonna hit create character. Nope, I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to delete character. Okay, is there anyone that is worth deleting? I actually don't think there's anyone worth deleting right now. So unfortunately, I was thinking of leaving an opportunity for someone to create a new character while I was on break, but there's no empty spaces in our roster, and I think everyone in the guild right now is like somebody who's actually, you know, been pretty active in the stream. So I don't want to delete anybody. What I will do is tell everybody that I'm going to go refill my water, and you should get some water as well, if you can. I'm back. Pram, you say you can hear the water bottle noises. Unchained Blades is another dungeon crawler for 3DS. Oh no, the stream didn't freeze. I just went to get some water. Etrian Odyssey is really good. Yeah, for anime, it's like Wizardry with anime art style, and honestly, like the core game mechanics are so good. It's just incredible. It's like the best possible way you could ever make a dungeon crawler, in my opinion. Your PC just blue screened, Carlos. I hope it got better. All right, we're gonna remove these characters from our party. We're going to add some of our level 1 characters, which are Miku and Vivi, and we can actually add one more character. So let's sort by level. Okay. Mirror. Let's do Poyo because Pram's here. Alright, Pram. Get ready because your Poyo is about to actually gain some levels, probably. Finally. In fact, if we can get you to level 3, it should be possible for you to learn some more spells, which could be exciting. Yeah, being able to draw on the map in Etrian Odyssey is, like, even that alone, like, every single... honestly, I cannot say enough good things about Etrian Odyssey. Like, every single thing about the game is just peak. It's just great. Like, they took the concept of a dungeon crawler, and they kept everything that makes old school dungeon crawlers awesome, and they just, like, they didn't lose any of that, but they managed to modernize and make the games more convenient and more playable. And it just blows my mind, like, how good the games are. Like, it really does. Like, I genuinely love those games so much. Unchained Blades was decent. It's in between other game releases. Or, sorry, it was decent to play in between other game releases. You played through a decent chunk of, I guess, DS games or 3DS games a while ago. Alright, it's time to mash the attack button against Murphy's Ghost until Miku, Vivi, and Poyo gain some levels. You didn't finish it. I'm the kind of person who doesn't always finish the games that I play. Sometimes I just, like, I play games for fun. That's the thing. I don't play them, like, to get trophies or to get awards. So, as long as I'm having fun, I'll keep playing the game. And I'll play the same game over and over again if I'm having fun. Like, I mean, if you've been watching videos on my YouTube channel, you probably know that I've played Awakening over and over again. And I'm still having fun with it, and I'm going to continue playing it. But if I'm not having fun with a game, I will also just stop playing it. Like, I don't feel compelled to beat it. So that's just kind of how my brain works. As a result, I have a lot of games that I've played that I haven't beaten. Honestly, I'm down for at least one more Yap session, so let's fight another group of Murphy's Ghosts. That way our characters will gain a few levels when they go back instead of just one level. Vivi says they're also bad at finishing new games, but they always replay the same few. Yeah, that's part of the reason too, is like I have a couple games that I really love, and I just play those games over and over again instead of playing new games. Which is why like a lot of the content on my channel is like me. Let's see, I mean, I played Toho, which I've already played before. I played some old Pokemon games, which I've already played before. I'm playing Wizardry now, which I've already played before, but I haven't played this. This is my first time playing the Wizardry Remake, and it's been a while since I played Wizardry 1, so the experience still feels pretty fresh to me. I'm replaying Fire Emblem Awakening over and over again just so I can make awesome guide videos about it that people are, for some reason, enjoying. They're enjoying my insanity. The insanity that it takes to spend 10 hours or more on every map figuring out how to beat it on Lunatic Plus mode and then showing off those strategies on stream. Prem says they stopped playing, that you stopped buying games because your backlog was too high. Chris is currently drinking tea, which is technically leaf water. Yeah, that's technically true. You also take any free game offers that you can find. Yeah, that's another thing. Oh, you know what? Thank you for saying that, because it made me want to add something else that I didn't say that I think is very significant, is that right now, I think more than any other time in human history, or in the history of gaming, there are more free games that we can just play. Like, you can just get games for free and just play them for free, more than any other time before in history. And as a result, there's just like so many games to play. Like it's very hard for me to finish games when there's so many games that I want to play. And then like even if you ignore all the free games, there's just like a bunch of other games. Vivi says that they redid another Fire Emblem 4 run every 2 months or so last year. I really want to get back to playing Fire Emblem 4. I was streaming my first playthrough, and I got sidetracked because that was the time when I went overseas. And then I had to recover for a few months from my surgery. And Mika took some damage, by the way. Let's head back to town. All right, I think we're safe. So I stopped streaming. And then ever since then, what happened actually is that I got a new streaming setup. And I have to transfer my Fire Emblem 4 over to the new streaming setup so that I can actually play it. I haven't done that yet. So that's like the main reason why I haven't continued playing it. Those streams didn't really get a lot of views, but it was also before my channel gained a lot of subs. I think now that I have more subs, if I continue playing Fire Emblem 4, I think people will actually show up to the streams. That's a theory, but it could be true. It might actually happen, or it won't. You never know. I mean, honestly, I'm getting like 15 concurrent viewers playing Wizardry 1. Like, I'm pretty... and this is a Fire Emblem channel. I'm pretty sure if I play Fire Emblem 4, there's going to be a few people who will show up. Chris says, you're the same, even if you don't intend to play the game, you also take every free offer that you see. That's why so many people have like a huge Steam library backlog. Genealogy is your favorite game in the series. You would be down to watch my playthrough. Yeah, I just have to find a time slot that's going to work. I will say I'm not going to be doing Wizardry streams every week anymore. It's probably going to be like a once a month thing, maybe, or twice a month. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I was thinking of cutting back on the Wizardry stream so that I can stream other things. Unfortunately, I can only stream like once or maybe twice a week. And lately, I've been streaming twice a week, and that's really pushing it. I've been doing Fire Emblem on Saturdays and Wizardry on Wednesdays every single week for like almost a month now, and that's really hard for me to do. So if I cut back Wizardry to like once a month, I could maybe like rotate something else in, maybe like start or maybe continue my Fire Emblem 4 playthrough. Prem says, you haven't played any Fire Emblem beyond the English one on GBA. I highly recommend it. Mirror Fanboy also says they would enjoy Fire Emblem 4 streams. Yeah, I know there's a demand for it. There was actually a demand even before I started my channel. I talked about... I had already started my channel, but I was still mostly back then just doing anime reviews. And I talked about how I was going to play Fire Emblem 4, and there were several people who were like, if you play Fire Emblem 4, I will watch it. Not all of them showed up to the stream, but I understand everybody has a life of their own. And they might not even remember me saying that, 3 months before I started actually streaming Fire Emblem 4. Point being, I think there's a demand for it. I think I will get back to Fire Emblem 4. I don't know when. Maybe I'll do like Fire Emblem 4 2 weeks from now. And then 2 weeks after that, so 1 month from now, I'll do the next Wizardry stream. That could be a good way to do it. Ooh, really awesome level up. Pizza. Pizza's stats are getting high. Max Piety, Max Strength, +1 Agility, +1 Luck. Vitality's fine. And they finally got a good HP roll, so it's going to go from 39 to 50. Really good HP. Chris needs some recovery. Okay, Miku, we're going to get your first level ups out of the way. First level up, all you got was +1 HP, and you did not get any spell rolls. Her chance of learning spells is 11 over 30. So she has a 36% chance to learn every single spell in her potential like maximum spell list, which on level 3 is going to be 6 spells maybe. In fact, I can tell you exactly how much it is. No, she doesn't have any spells. What did I make her? Oh, she's a thief, right? I'm sorry. Miku's a thief. Vivi's the mage. That's why she didn't learn any spells. That makes way more sense to me. Especially because, yeah, her spell points would have gone up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, her spell points would have gone up, and we didn't see those go up. Miku's a thief. Vivi's a mage. See, I can remember a week ago that Miku wanted me to create a character, an elf thief, for her. But now that the character's been created, I can't remember that they're a thief. That's how my brain works. DI says, has anybody checked out Labyrinth of Zangetsu for the Switch? I have not, but if you're looking for recommendations, I highly recommend Labyrinth of Refrain. It's on a few different consoles. We talked about it on a previous stream. The dungeon design is epic. Like, the combat mechanics are pretty basic. They're about the same as Wizardry, maybe a little bit more advanced. Like, you know, it's pretty old school in terms of, like, the combat, but the dungeon design itself and how you explore the dungeon is top tier. It's called Labyrinth of Refrain, Coven of Dusk. And, by the way, yeah, I don't know what I was going to say, sorry. You would enjoy FE4 streams. Maybe they died within those months. Oh, that's dark. Miku gained several levels, though. Okay, as a thief, I think her max HP is 24. And her average would be 14, so she's 1 point below average HP. And her stats are pretty good. Pretty decent. She's got vitality, agility, and luck. Those are like all the things that a thief wants. A little bit more strength would be nice, but she can get that eventually. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. DI. Do you ever use Twitch? Let me know. I can recommend a good dungeon crawler channel to you. One of my friends who plays a lot of dungeon crawlers. Alright, Vivi. Okay, so Vivi can learn spells and did not learn a spell. What does that mean? Let me make sure that's true. Vivi, inspect. Yes, they're a human mage. Okay, so Vivi actually can learn spells and did not learn a spell. Very shocking information. Okay, now we got it. We got Dilto, we got Sopik, we got an Omni level up, a ton of spell points. Hold on a second, I need to look at something. I think I know why she didn't learn any spells. No, I'm wrong. Okay, I don't know why she didn't learn any spells. I guess she just got unlucky. We got Mogrif, we got Dumapic. Piety's going down, that's fine. Piety is the only stat that she does not need. Intellect's fine. We really want Vitality, Agility, Luck. As a human, we could eventually turn her into a fighter. That would be at level 7, level 9, or level 11, probably. You don't use Twitch, okay. No worries then. You were mentioning Zangetsu because it's on sale right now. You don't like the Labyrinth of the Coven of Dusk, Labyrinth of Refrain games because of the writing. I can't really remember what the writing was like. A lot of times I don't pay that much attention to writing in some certain games that I play. If it's a game like where you create your own party and you just explore the dungeon, I usually don't put that much of an emphasis on the writing personally, but I understand that. Vivi just took the day off. Yeah, that must be what happened. Poyo. Oh, good job, Pram. You did not learn any spells. I think that was your level to learn spells, too. Yeah, level 3. Well, you got another chance. Moment of truth. Here you go, Poyo. Nice. Okay, a lot of spells. A lot of spells. So this is one of the really good things about bishops, is that they can learn arcane spells and divine spells without multi-classing. So not only did you get arcane and divine spell points, you learned Kalki, you learned Dios, you learned Milwa. Your HP went up. You got pretty decent stat line for mixed casting, and you can identify items that we find in the dungeon. So this is really good. We can bring Poyo out of retirement, or like off the bench whenever we need him to identify items. Alright, so we're going to go back here. I'm going to take a break from training, and I'm going to go back to exploring. I want to explore some. So let's go Silvara, Burrito, and Maid. This is our main exploring party right now. Yes, this is fine. Yeah, Poyo took the day off as well, but honestly, that second level up made up for the first one. Overarching stories in a dungeon crawler with created characters usually don't care that much. You were sweating when he didn't learn a spell on the first level up. He got a really good second level up though. I probably should have looked at his full sheet because I wanted to show off all the different, like the wide range of spells that you get as a bishop. That's the one really good thing about bishops. They were called wizardry. They were called wizards. Like in the older games, I don't know why they changed it to bishop. Might be a translation thing. Like bishop might be more accurate to the original Japanese translation, perhaps. That could be true. Or wait a second, weren't these games made in the West anyway? Surely these games were made... Yeah, because Werdna is based on the name of one of the developers, which was Andrew. If you spell Andrew backwards, you get Werdna. So yeah, this is a Western-made game, so I don't know why they changed it from wizard to bishop. Could be any number of reasons. Maybe they thought wizard was confusing because it sounds like a wizard and a mage would be the same thing. You wouldn't intuitively understand that a wizard has priest spells and can identify items. In fact, that was the problem that Reg's first character had. He created a mage because he thought they were going to be able to replace backseat Reg, but a mage can't really be used to replace a bishop. Unless you multi-class them into a bishop later. Alright, let's go explore the third floor a little bit more. I think we can make some more progress. Yeah, the one awesome thing about Labyrinth of Refrain, though, I don't know if the writing is considered good or bad, but the one awesome thing is that the dungeon, you have really cool mechanics. Going up and down between floors, like, actually matters. It's not just, like, most dungeon crawlers, you just, like, you go down to the next floor, and that's, like, the next level, and then you go down to the next floor, and that's the next level. In Labyrinth of Refrain, like, going up and down between the first and second floor is sort of like it adds just, like, an aspect of verticality. It's almost like the first two floors are, like, one level combined, and you're going up and down between them. Etrian Odyssey does this in some of its dungeons as well, so I'll also give it, I mean, I'll never stop giving credit to Etrian Odyssey. What else? And also, you very quickly get access to an ability that lets you smash down walls. So imagine if you were playing a first-person dungeon crawler like this, but you could just, like, smash down walls and completely open up the dungeon. It's so fascinating. No, I wanted Silvara. We're going to cast a Lamilwa, and then we're going to go here. Okay, I'm pretty sure I know where I am. We're going to go through one more secret door. Oh, 7 coyotes. Why not just call them a priest? Yeah, that's a good question. Well, there is a priest class that gets priest spells, but the wizard or bishop class gets both mage and priest spells. So it's a little interesting. I guess they never really decided what to call them. Because, like, what do you call a character who gets both mage and priest spells? They used to be called wizards, now they're called bishops. I don't know why. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey did it too. In the first one, you basically explore the whole area, except for a massive blank to the southeast. Later, you explore that same place from downstairs. Yeah, that's actually true, but that's not exactly what I was talking about. What I'm talking about is when, like, the first 2 floors, like, you go downstairs and then upstairs, like, constantly. Like, you keep going back and forth between the first and second floor while you're exploring the first level in Labyrinth of Refrain. And you don't really do that in a lot of dungeon crawlers. It's very rare for them to do that, especially as early on as the very first floor. Like, even in the Etrian Odyssey games that do it, you don't do that until some of the later floors. Okay, if I go through this secret door to my left... Yeah, I went the wrong way. Okay, that's fine. We mapped out a new area. These are actually new rooms that we haven't seen before. I thought they were. I thought these were rooms that I've seen before, but that's okay. We can map these rooms out and go back. Oops, 7 giant toads. Di says, you know, it would be fun, a dungeon crawler where you fight as a bunch of idols with the MC to fight off anti-sound specters, like Shin Megami Tensei's Fire Emblem Tokyo Mirage sessions, but actually good. I had an idea for a sci-fi dungeon crawler. I ended up not making it, though. Process was... a lot of times, more, like, amateur game development projects tend to be a little bit too ambitious. They bite off more than they can chew, and then they end up not really being able to complete everything that they wanted to do. And that was kind of my big problem with that game. My idea was too ambitious at the time. I wasn't experienced enough to make that game. I gave up I didn't make a lot of progress. I didn't even get past character creation. So. Now, unfortunately, we got a character poisoned, so I'm just going to head back to town. I don't think I want to waste 300 gold. Okay, if I turn around and take the first right, I can get back to the stairs safely. Because we know there's no pit here. I got scared because my potato took damage, but that's just because they're poisoned. Fantasy Star with Wizardry? Yeah, well, see, I love Fantasy Star. and I love wizardry. So you exactly know exactly what kind of person I am. You know the measure of my quality. I don't know Hoshi wo Miruhito, so I can't tell you that. But I can tell you I love Phantasy Star. I absolutely love Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star was not the first game that I played. It was not the first RPG that I played, but it was absolutely the first. Well, Phantasy Star 2 was the first. I think probably one of the first games and one of the first RPGs ever that I actually like seriously got really into and didn't just play like because video games are fun, but I played it because like I really enjoyed the specific game that I was playing. You still haven't tried out Phantasy Star? They're not for everybody. They're definitely not for... I'm not going to claim that everybody will love it, but I love Phantasy Star, especially Phantasy Star 2. Okay, we're going to be casting DL for the first time. This is going to heal Mavtato for a bunch of hit points. 5. Okay. Well, that didn't go as well as I thought it would. We actually got 5 off of DL and 7 off of Dios. That's so funny. DL is supposed to heal for way more. That's the nature of random dice rolls. Alright, but because we did that now, in fact, Mavtato has to rest at the end anyway to recover their spell points, so that whole thing was pointless. The reason I do that, I have a habit of doing that because in the older wizardry, you could avoid having your characters age too quickly by healing them before going back and resting at the inn. But I don't need to do that anyway because this game actually changed it so that your characters only age up by 1 week, no matter how many hit points you need to recover. So it doesn't even matter, which is probably fine. It just removes a little bit of tedium. I'm going to love hearing about Hoshi wo Miruhito. Pram says they played Phantasy Star Portable, but didn't like it as much. I don't, for some reason, you know what? You know what's weird? I love Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2. I didn't really like Phantasy Star Portable, which it's weird because it's like it should be the same exact game, but something about it just felt different. It wasn't as charming. It wasn't as... Interestingly, I would say it was bad because it wasn't as simple. Like one of the great things about Phantasy Star Online, episode 1 and 2, which you can still play today, by the way. It's called Phantasy Star Blue Burst, and people still host private servers. I still play one of them every so often. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it on chat, though, or what it's called, because it might technically count as piracy. I don't know. It's a private server for like an old game that doesn't exist anymore. But either way, I still play it from time to time, and the simplicity of the game is one of the things that's so amazing about it. In my opinion, of course. You also tried out the one on DS. I'm not sure which one that is. It's a Kusoge. Okay, I gotcha. It's called Stargazers. The Densetsu no Kusoge, so legendary bad game. Mirror Fanboy says they're heading to bed. Good luck to me. Well, good night to you. And I definitely hope luck is on my side, because as we've learned, first of all, even if you're smart, you can still get unlucky. And a lot of times I'm not actually that smart, so I need good luck to make up for my dumbness. Yes, we concluded that these gas clouds can actually cast spells. They're casting, let me go to Maid. What they're casting on me right now is Dilto. They're casting Dilto on my characters, which is making it easier for them to hit us. So they're called gas clouds, but they're actually like mages. They're spamming it too. And Dilto does stack, by the way. So if they cast it multiple times, it will make my characters significantly easier to hit. The guy that made the Final Fantasy V Fiesta played it and hated it. Played Stargazers. Yeah, I don't think I've even heard of it before. It's a dungeon crawler, though, or is it something else? Alright, let me figure out where I actually am. I keep getting the staircase mixed up here. So we're going to cast Doom a pick. Okay. I want to go... Yes. I want to go the direction I'm facing, and I want to check the first secret door. I want to check the secret door on the right-hand side. So there should be a secret door over here somewhere. In fact, there's actually a regular door here. Interesting. I'm going to leave this alone for now. I'm going to check the secret door. Okay. Now we should be able to fill out this room. Oh, 6 priests. Pram says you're here all night. It's morning there. Oh, you were saying goodnight to Mirror. Hoshiwo Mirahito was made by a small team in the 1990s, and it's a JRPG. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of it. What? Do you know what console it's on, or is it PC? I played a shocking amount of Super Nintendo games, even ones that were never localized into English. It's very unique. If it had been a good game, it could have been the paragon of sci-fi aesthetics in games. Oh, so it has like good visuals but bad gameplay, I guess is what you're saying. Most of those priests just ran away from us, which I guess is fine. Chris is going to reach level 9 soon, as soon as we go back to town. I think I might have just opened a trap chest by button mashing. Oh no, Maptato's poison, that's why they took damage. Okay, hold on. I will use my antidote here because I want to keep exploring. And we have a lot of gold. Okay. Next, I'm going to have Silvara cast Dial. Okay, now I want this Dial to actually work. Last time it didn't work. It cast like for almost the minimum amount of healing. Let's try this again. 11 healing. See, that's much better. Okay, so now we mapped out that room. Now I'm going to start checking. I'm going to go through these rooms. We've already been in here, I think. Okay, let me check where I am now. I'm going to cast Doom Epic. Okay, I am where I think I am. I have to go through 2 rows to get to the safe row. I have to go through two like sets of secret rooms to get to the safe row. So let me do that first. So this should be a secret room. Yeah, I don't even know what that console is. Is there an inventory limitation on this in this game? Yes, there is. Let's see if we can get some information on these ninjas. I'm going to do a Latium Epic cast because I want to get the last piece of information on the ninjas. And I'm going to cast Catino. Potentially put one of them to sleep. Or more. Oh my god, they just instant killed Chris. Okay, the ninjas have instant kill. Good to know. I was wondering if they had it or not, because as a player character, if you switch into the ninja class, you get the ability to instant kill. As it turns out, the enemy class ninjas have the instant kill ability. We just learned that the hard way. If I knew that, I would have wiped them a lot more quickly. I would have used Mahalito, for sure. Yeah, see? There was no listed damage. It just says a critical hit. Level 3 ninja kills Chris. I want to go to Data Driven Gamer and find out what are the odds of that happening. Because this game uses the same code as the original Apple II. Let me put my calculator away. Actually, no, I need my calculator. Let me actually, this is strange. I'm playing a video game. I'm actually going to put my controller away. Because I'm browsing a stats page for a 44-year-old video game. Okay, instant. Nope. Control F. Instant. Oh, death maybe? Can't find it. Maybe it's not on this page. Ninja maybe? Before I start reading this, let me look at chat. Make sure I'm not ignoring you guys for 10 minutes. Yeah, Chris just went down. Pram says, holy crap. Miku says, oh no, Chris. In Wizardry 4, you could get sprung up by a team of 8 ninjas. Is Wizardry 4 challenging? I know in my opinion anyway, Wizardry 3 is a lot harder than Wizardry 1 and 2. So I'm wondering if 4 is goes even further in that direction. It's even harder. I'm also very interested in playing, I think it's called the 7 Trials or the 9 Trials. Have you heard of it? It's like a newer Wizardry game, but it sounds very challenging. It has mostly positive reviews on Steam, and the only bad reviews I've seen are from people complaining that it's a very difficult, very old school dungeon crawler, which I was like, that's exactly what I want to play. All right, so let me Control F for Ninja, and see if I can find something about the critical hit attack. Unfortunately, it doesn't say what the chance is. It just says it's a Boolean value. It's always true for ninjas. And when it's true, you have a chance to inflict critical hits. But it doesn't say what the chance is. Here we go. Whenever a ninja... Whenever a ninja inflicts damage, the odds of delivering a critical hit are character level times 2, but no more than 50. Multi-hit does not give multiple chances to land a critical hit, so even if you multi-attack, you still just get one critical hit chance. Despite the manuals... No, that doesn't matter. Okay, so all that matters is that it's 2 times their character level. So we can actually calculate that. We don't need the calculator. I'm going to put the calculator away. I'm going to press the sidebar button because we know what it is. Okay, so these are level 3 ninjas. So every time they hit us, they have a 6% chance to deal a critical hit and instant kill us. That's what their crit value is. It's 2 times their level, which is 6%. The game basically grabs you by the face onto cheese graters and washes the wounds on 98% wood alcohol. You want me to just play it? You're not going to spoil Wizardry 4. Okay. It sounds like it's probably hard. I'm imagining it's probably a difficult game, but either way, I won't be able to play it anytime soon. I'm going to be playing this. Well, if I play it off stream, maybe I can play it soon, but otherwise it's going to be a while. All right, let's wipe these guys fast before they do something scary to us. Nope. I'll go back. We're going to go full multi-attack. I'm going to cast a... Where's my Latu Mapic? No. Where's my Bamatsu? This is going to reduce their hit chance by 20. Burrito can't really do anything. Maid is going to cast Mahalito. This is worth a Mahalito. We need to wipe these guys before they instant kill anyone else. Nice. That was a sick Mahalito. Alright, this one we can just spam down with multi-attacks. Now we have to get out of here before anyone else dies. The good thing about this death, if you can say there's a good thing about any death, is that we're getting to the point where we're going to start having multi-class fighters. So Chris probably would have gone onto the bench at some point anyway. Having said that, they were our most tanky fighter, so it is still a loss. They were probably the last fighter we were going to replace. And unfortunately, because they died, now they're going to be the first fighter that we're going to replace. Okay, we're pretty sure it's a teleporter. We have a 79% chance to disarm it. Honestly, even if we get hit by a teleporter, we can still find our way back. I feel pretty safe with this. And we did disarm it, so that's good. I'm going to cast the Duma pick. I need to find out where I am and what's the fastest way we can get back to safety. We are 2 rows away from the safe path to the stairs. I'm just gonna run through these rows because we don't know where any other pit traps are. Wait, yes we do. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna go back through this door. I'm gonna take a left and then I'm gonna take a right. I think there's no pit over here. There's a pit here. That could have gone much worse than it did. Okay, we need to remember that there's a pit here. Luckily, every single person avoided the pit trap. The good thing is there are no more pits. So the stairs are here. I'm gonna open up my cast or my Duma pick. Okay, so there is a pit here. We need to remember that. There is a pit here. There's a pit here, 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 and here. I don't know how I forgot about this one. Very scary pit trap. Alright, let's head back. Chris was one of our fighters. They were actually level 9 too, so they were 1 level away from getting a triple attack. They were also poisoned when they died. They were poisoned and they died. Sorry, Chris. You just remembered something about teleporter traps. You don't know if you should spoil it. I know what you're probably thinking of. Yeah, if you get teleported into a wall, your characters just, they all die. Which is very, very funny. Honestly, if that happens, I'm willing to accept the risk. I think that's so funny. I would love it if that happened on stream. Do you want a replacement character, Chris? DI is going to snooze. You hope my day is going well. Not just me, but everyone. You're going to be out here sleeping and playing some Awakening when you wake up. Oh, Awakening. Awakening's awesome. You probably already know that I love Awakening. It's fine, there will always be more. Okay. Silvara. Okay, does anyone need healing? The sad part is nobody else even needs healing. Like, that we didn't really get, like, beat up in that encounter. It just so happened that one of the ninjas just hit us with an instant kill attack. And it happens. As it just happened. It can happen. Alright, let me trade your items over to Silvara. You want to make another fighter in a race that has not been taken yet. Okay, we can do that for sure. So first, I'm gonna delete Chris. Then I'm going to inspect my roster. I'm going to sort by class. I'm gonna go to fighters. Okay, we have a human fighter, human, dwarf, human, gnome. Okay, so we don't have a halfling fighter. I thought we did. I thought Pizza was... No, Pizza's a gnome. I always thought Pizza was a halfling. This whole time I thought Pizza was a halfling. We do have Maptato, who is a halfling fighter. So you probably want to be an elf, I guess. I'm going to roll your stats. 9. You're probably going to have minimum strength. I'm going to give you some vitality. This looks bad. It's not great, but it's fun. I think it's fun that you can do stuff like this and end up with characters that are very, like, different from what is meta. Like, not every character has to be meta. Let's go with this. And I'm gonna name them Chris 2, T-O-O. That's a little bit of a joke. You're not sure which characters you're going to pair up yet. I've made a couple guides about, like, overall team building, and then also, like, specific unit guides for pairings and stuff like that. I don't know if that information is helpful to you. You don't always have to make, like, the best decisions either. You can just, make characters based on what you think is interesting or fun, or what's good for story, things like that. Okay, so in terms of fighters, these are probably our 3 best fighters. But we could also bring Chris 2. How much HP do they have? 10 HP. I think that's enough. I'm going to bring Chris 2. We need to bring Silvara. Okay, Silvara needs 2, 7, 5, 6, 7, minus 2, 4, 5, 5, 4. Okay, Silvara needs 3,013 experience. I'm going to keep that number in mind. I want to get Silvara to level 8, and I want to reclass her to a fighter. We'll bring Maid. And then I'll bring one more character who's in need of training. Burrito doesn't really need training. Who needs training, I think? Who am I thinking needs training? Probably actually a priest. Because if we're going to be switching Silvara to a fighter, we're going to want a backup priest. So let me go back to class. Okay, so for priests, we have Mirror and Abaddon. Those are our only 2 choices. I'm going to go with Mirror. No, I'm going to go with Abaddon. Yeah, let's go with Abaddon. Alright. I will... Did I rest? I'm gonna rest everyone just in case I didn't rest. I can't believe Maid is level 6 and she only has 15 HP. That is insanity. Mages are so frail in this game. You're fine with playing a weaker meta character? Okay. There's a good chance you'll gain a few levels right away. Because I'm going to train Silvara right now. I want to get her to level 8. But as a result, we're also training Maid, Chris, 2, and Abaddon, which is like a nice side bonus. Unfortunately, Chris 2 is our least tanky character and also has the least amount of HP. But we can fix this. We can give all of these equipments that Silvara just took off of Chris's body and give them to Chris 2. And then Chris 2 will equip all of these items. Yeah, each party member can only hold, I think, 8 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I have one more inventory slot. So yeah, for I think Pram was the one asking about if there was a limit on inventory. Each character can only hold 8 items, and then once all of your characters' inventories are full, you can't pick up anything else. Will we surprise them? Alright, let's do some button mashing. I have to pay a little bit of attention. I have to be careful if Chris 2's health gets low, I'll cast Dios on them so that they don't die. Yeah, unfortunately they are the most likely character to get hit, and they also have the least amount of HP. But if you can survive, you can gain some levels. You have to earn it. Nice multi-attack. Suikoden works like that too. It also counts their equipment. Oh, really? Yeah, this game also... Yeah, well, now that I'm thinking about it, this game also does count their equipment, so I don't know why I'm so surprised by that. This is a good turn to cast... not Dial, Dios. Because Chris 2's health is getting a little bit low. Unfortunately, we only healed for 1. Yeah, they're out damaging our healing. Let's do it again. Cast another Dios. I actually have not played Suikoden before. Alright, it's taking us longer to mash them down. That's actually not a surprise because we don't have, 3 multi-attackers anymore. We only have 2 multi-attackers, and then also Chris is also less accurate too. So there's a lot of things going on here. This is what I wanted to do. Cast Matu. This will make it harder for them to hit Chris. So unfortunately, accuracy is based not just on your armor, but also on your level. That's why Chris is getting hit so much here. Because they're still level 1, the Murphy's Ghosts have a pretty good hit rate against her. Unfortunately, we're not chipping these guys down as fast as I would like. Let's do some casting. We're going to cast Dios. We need to get Chris's health back up. I'm going to have Maid cast Dilto on the one with less HP. And then you're going to cast another... Do you want to cast another Matu? No, I'm going to wait. Okay, so we're increasing their armor class, which is going to make them easier for us to hit. Okay, let's spam all our attacks on the one with less health now. Once we get rid of that one, we can debuff the other one that's on full health. How many casts of Dilto do we have? We have 3 more, so we can actually cast Dilto 3 more times, which means we can fight another round of Murphy's Ghost and still debuff both of them. So I did not have to be that stingy with my Dilto casts. I can also have, because Abaddon's here, Abaddon can also cast Dios on Chris, which will help keep her health up. Okay, we should be fine. We can spam this guy down now. Okay, so we gained, this is an important number, 1483 experience per character. So we need 3013. We're going to subtract 1483. Okay, so unfortunately, if we fight 2 more Murphy's Ghosts, Silvara will still be just short of leveling up. So we probably... How do we want to do this for most efficiency? I'm going to go back and rest now to increase the level of Chris and Abaddon. Then we'll come back and do it 2 more times to level up Silvara. I think that's the smartest way to do it. The number of viewers is starting to go down. I don't know if that's because it's getting late or if it's because it's boring to watch me grind. Either way, I'm sorry. It has to be done sometimes. Wow. Hit for 40 damage. I think we must have succeeded on that that sleep spell. Because when they're asleep, they take double damage. So we probably hit them twice for double damage. Doubling 20 to 40. Where's the door? Hold on, I need to cast Do My Pick. I don't know where I am. I am 2 spaces away from the door, okay. Here, okay, I'm gonna cast Dios before I go back. What is this, the 3rd grinding session this stream? I know, unfortunately, I can't do these streams forever. Eventually people will get bored of it if I try to do it for like 12 hours or something. You don't mind watching grinding, it gives you time to think. Yeah, I like putting on streams that I can watch on the background that don't distract me while I'm working, or that I can fall asleep while watching. Alright, let's rest. Chris 2, this is going to be your first level up. You got 1 HP, strength, and intellect. You want it to be off meta? We're off meta. Silvara needs to get back her spell slots. Maid needs to get back her spell slots. Abaddon, okay, this is going to be a crucial level up. 4 HP, good stat ups. Okay, not bad. This is going to make the next grinding session go a little bit faster because Chris 2 is going to be a little bit marginally stronger. Honestly, 11 HP is, I think, still above average because your max HP should be 16. It's either 16 or 20. I can never remember how many HP fighters have. If it's 1 to 10 or 1 to 8. Someone has to remind me, if anybody knows. Brainy fighter. Not the worst, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, you're doing fine. Like, honestly, level is the most important stat in this game. So, it doesn't matter too much what race you pick. Especially on, like, a class like a fighter. Because eventually you're just going to gain more levels and you're just going to keep getting stronger. Not only because your stats are going to go up more often than they go down, but then on top of that, you're just going to be getting more HP and more multi-attacks. So it's like, it doesn't really matter. Like, starting as an elf just means that your character starts slightly weaker, but they still will eventually become very strong. Just because the fighter class is good, and because level is the most important stat. Alright, let's do this. Oh, only 1 Murphy's Ghost this time. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to cast Bamatu, we're going to cast Dilto, and we're going to cast Matu. So this should drastically lower our armor class and increase his armor class, which will make this go much faster. Look at all those spell effects. So we're on -6 armor class now, where it's going to be pretty difficult to hit us, I would imagine. He is on -1 armor class, so he's actually still pretty tough to hit. Even with the debuff, he's still at -1 armor class. That's why you can't really grind against him with low-level characters, because his base armor class is so low. Alright, still pretty fast though. You can tell, like, casting the buffs and debuffs actually makes the fights go a lot faster. Like, they have a pretty significant impact. Okay, I think if we fight one more group of 2, so this group of 2 should be enough for Silvara to hit level 8. If I'm mistaken, then we'll just fight one more group. Okay, so we're gonna start spamming multi-attacks. We're gonna cast Bamatu. We're going to cast Dilto on the group that we're attacking. And then we're gonna cast Matu, same as last time. The Wizardry wiki is pretty sparse. It's very incomplete. Yeah, I'm so floored about the fact that we know so little about this game. Until I found that data-driven gamer blog, I had like very minimal knowledge about what the stats in Wizardry actually do. And almost any forum, like if you find any old posts on forums with people discussing it, they're like, hey, what do the stats do? Everyone's just like, we don't really know. Like, we don't really know. For like 40 years, we don't really know. But if you, I'll link it again. I linked it earlier in the stream, but it's okay. This is Data Driven Gamers page, and they did a whole breakdown on wizardry. And hold on, it takes me a minute to send messages in chat. This has like a lot of the mechanical questions you probably would like to know. Like you can probably, if you check that page, you can probably tell me how much HP fighters are supposed to have. Miku says, Storm is coming in and you live in the Midwest, so you're going to go charge your phone just in case. Best of luck. Be safe, I suppose. Do you, Midwest, is there tornadoes out there? Either way, if you're heading out, if you're not going to chat again tonight, I hope you have a good night. It's a mystery to everybody. It's a mystery to everybody except for Data Driven Gamer and the people who have found their blog. Honestly, finding that blog was a game changer for me. Changed everything. I learned so much from reading it. They also have a page about Wizardry 3 as well, and like what the changes were, like the changes between Wizardry 1 and Wizardry 3. There's so much information in there. But yeah, it really blew my mind because of the bonuses and penalties that you get from stats. They don't work like Dungeons and Dragons at all. They're so much... Oops. Hold on a second. We are going to run away, actually. I don't want to fight another group. I'd like to succeed at running, though. Every time you fail to run, your chance to run increases. I think. Unless they didn't add that until Wizardry 3. See, the problem is now that I've read the Wizardry 1 and the Wizardry 3 blog, now I can't remember, always. By the way, we learned during one of the previous streams, this is probably a glitch. I don't know if it was in the original game or if it's only in this one, but when you run away from encounters, the game can actually send you through one-way doors, like the wrong way. Like you can go the wrong way through a one-way door. And even secret doors that you haven't discovered. It's somewhat amusing. To me, anyway. Algorithm, game mechanic, deep dive guides are fascinating. I feel the same way, especially for games that I enjoy, obviously. I've made like entire spreadsheets about Etrian Odyssey and Fire Emblem while playing through them. Okay, so if I turn around, I go around this corner. The door should be here. Okay. Before I go through the door, I'm going to have Silvara heal as much as she can, especially on the characters who are going to level up. They are all on full HP now. Okay, so if I can get Pizza to full HP, they won't need to rest. So that's probably my next priority. Now, Mavtato doesn't matter because they need to rest anyway, so we'll just head back to town. It's a funny glitch, yeah. Especially when your character gets out, like when your character runs away from a battle and they just like run around. We compared it to Scooby-Doo last time. They do like the Scooby-Doo runaway thing, and then they run like through secret doors and one-way doors. That's actually it's really funny that they can do that. Okay, Mavtato's going to rest to recover their spell slots. Pizza does not need to rest. Chris 2, you're going to get your next significant level up. 13 HP. This is what I was talking about before with re-rolling HP. So eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to max roll or you're going to high roll on your HP, and it just inflates massively. So they're going from 11 to 24 HP on that level up. This time they just gained +1, so they probably rolled a lower number. When you roll a lower number, it just goes up by +1. Luck dropping to 5 is actually really bad. The luck breakpoints are 6, 12, and 18. That means you have the minimum possible saving throw with that luck stat. That's very bad. Very, very bad. If you don't compile data, there's no telling else who is going to do it. You got one really great level up, and then unfortunately that second one was a little bit painful. Silvara time. We really, really, really want her to get Latu Mofis. We got it. We got Latu Mofis. Okay. And we got +1 strength, which means she can multi-class now. We got everything that we need for Silvara to become our new frontline fighter. I think this is going to be the first example of me showing off the multi-class mechanic in a way that is very, very, like, rewarding. Like, you have to really understand the mechanics to do this, to be able to do this, but if you know what you're doing, you can get really great results out of it, and we're about to see that with Silvara's build. Next up, we're going to take a look at Maid. They got more lists. So they have access to the 4th circle now, but they didn't get any great spells. So if we multi-class Maid, it's probably not going to be right away. because once we multi-class them, they're going to start learning spells at a slower rate. It might be a good idea to push to, level 8 or 9. Still a good level up. We still got Moreless. We got a lot of spell points. We got Intellect and Luck. Those are both good stats. I want to look at our spell list. So Moreless, so Moreless is like the upgraded version of Dilto. It debuffs all the enemies by 3 points instead of 2 points. Pretty good. But there is a there's another spell on the 4th circle. It's called Lahalito. It's like the bigger version of Mahalito. So we kind of want to get that before we reclass Maid. Now we can reclass her and then she can still eventually learn it. If you know at least one spell from the 4th circle, you can eventually learn all of the spells from the 4th circle. But it will take longer. Actually, it might go faster because we'd gain a bunch of levels as a low-level character, which would give us more chances to roll to learn it. I'm going to try that. This is very interesting to me. This theory is very interesting to me. I'm going to try that. We're going to reclass Silvara to a fighter, and we're going to reclass Maid to, I believe Maid is a halfling. Yeah, we're going to reclass Maid into a thief. And I want to try something. Okay, Abaddon is going to get there next. This is a significant level up. Level 5 is a big one for priests. He got Montino and Lomilwa. Those are both good. Lost Piety, funny enough. Gained all other stats. Good HP increase. Alright. So. We're going to edit. Silvara. Before I do that, I'm going to look at her. We're going to get a breakdown of her abilities. So she has 11 strength. Just barely enough to become a fighter. She has 50 HP, which is a lot. And she has a ton of utility spells. All the way up through the 4th circle as a priest. Particularly, and I wanted to show this off, so I don't know why I didn't. Latumofis, which is Cure Poison. So now we're going to have a fighter in our party who can cure poison, who can cure HP, who can cast Bamatu, cast Latumapik, Bamatu, buff our armor class, identify enemies, cure paralysis and fear, and sleep, cast a persistent light spell, and lower level versions of all of those same things. But this is not going to be taking up our priest slot, this is just going to be taking up one of our fighter slots. So this is so much better than just having a fighter who only attacks. Now we have a fighter who attacks and does like a million other things. So we're going to switch her to a fighter. Now she is going to lose some stats, but like I mentioned, stats are not that important. Level is very important. Having a really wide spell list, like when she casts those spells, her stats don't affect what the spells do at all. Only her level affects it, and just the fact that she knows how to cast them. Most of those spells, if you know how to cast them, they do the maximum possible effect. So she's not losing really any spellcasting ability. She is losing the ability to dispel, which is why we're going to replace her with another priest. So this is it. And also, because she becomes a level 1 fighter, she's going to gain a bunch more levels very quickly. Because it only takes a little bit of experience to level up from level 1. So now if we go look at Silvara, let's find her. In fact, let's go under Inspect Roster. Silvara. So now she's a level 1 fighter, but she kept her 50 HP. All of her stats went down. They look bad. But actually, every single one of those stats is average. There's no stat in that list which is a negative 1 modifier. Those are all +0 modifiers. She will be able to equip much better gear, which she's about to steal from Chris. And she has her full spell list. She still has all of her spells. Kalki, Dios, Badios, most importantly, Latumofis. She kept Dial. She kept Bamatu, Latumopik, Latumapik, Lomilwa. Really awesome moment. This is probably the biggest moment for a character. Now we have to make sure she doesn't die, but because she kept 50 HP, it's going to be very difficult for enemies to kill her. Next, we're going to do the same with Maid. Not the same, but very similar with Maid. We're going to inspect Maid. First, I want to show off her spells. Okay, so Maid has access to a 4th level spell, which is called Moreless. Because she knows this spell, when we switch her to a thief, she will not forget this spell, and then because she knows it, she can learn every other 4th level spell eventually. Every time she levels up, she'll have a chance of gaining more level 4 spells, so she's going to gain a bunch of levels very quickly as a thief, which will hopefully allow her to gain the other level 4 spells. If not, she still has Mahalito, and she still has Dilto, and she still has Moreless. So she's still very useful. So we're going to go to Edit Character, we're going to go to Maid, and we're going to switch her to a Thief. So now we have a Fighter who has all of the Priest utility, and a Thief who has all of the Mage utility. Chris says the YouTube algorithm knows the worst possible time to display ads. Oh no. Oh, you guys all got ads? I'm sorry about that. Did you miss anything important? No, you do not lose any spells when you change classes. That's the best part about it. You keep your full spell list. You never forget any spells that you learn. That's why learning like all of the mage spells and then switching to another class is better than just staying as a mage, because the mage has no special properties. The only thing that the mage can do is learn mage spells. After you've learned all of the spells, you can switch to any other class. You can either get the fighter's multi-attack, you can get the priest's dispel ability, and then you can learn even more new spells. You can learn priest spells. You switch into a thief, and you have thief utility. It's very, 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 very useful to be able to understand how and when to multi-class. So before I remove Chris, I'm going to give these items back to Silvara. Then we're going to visit the tavern. We're going to remove Chris. We're going to remove... We actually might keep Abaddon. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided yet. Should we keep Abaddon? Abaddon's another good multi-class candidate. I'm not sure yet. I won't decide yet. Okay, so we're going to keep Silvara and Maid. I'm going to put Maid back in the party, though, after I pick my priest. Okay, so we're going to pick a priest. Class. Bishop. Okay. So even though Silvara has priest utility, we can still bring a second priest with us. Abaddon or Mirror, who's better? What spells did he get? Alright, let's just go with Abaddon, because he's already higher level. There's no point in using a lower level character when we have a higher level one available. So we're going to start bringing Abaddon with us. Marseillos will be happy if he sees that. Next we need to choose our thief. We can bring... In fact, do we need a thief? No. So who's our thief? Maid is our thief. I'm sorry. Yeah, Maid is our thief. Now she is level 1, so she's not good at disarming chests, disarming traps and unlocking chests right now. But she will eventually be able to do that. And she still has her full mage spell list. And she will continue to learn more mage spells very quickly. So we have a thief that does more than just opening chests. We have a fighter that does more than just fight. Now for the final slot, we're going to bring our backup mage. So we want a second mage. And I believe I mentioned I wanted one of them to be like a more optimized style mage. Can't remember who it was. Was it Carlos? No, it's definitely not Carlos. Carlos is going to become a fighter eventually. James. I gave intellect, vitality, agility. No, it was Vivi. Okay, we have to decide between James or Vivi. I'm actually not sure. I think James fills a similar role to what Maid is already doing, where they would eventually... Well, no, they're not going to... No, this character is not going to multi-class into a thief, because they're an elf. Elf has bad base stats for thief. Let's go with Vivi. She has better luck and agility. Those are better long-term stats. Okay. Now this party is not ready to handle the third floor yet. but they're a lot stronger than they look, I think. Vivi says, how's the run going? Really well, actually. We just got our 2 first really significant multi-class builds that I think are not going to immediately die because we actually waited long enough. Silvara, for example, she's a level 1 fighter, but she already has 50 HP, and she has a full cleric or priest spell list. Maid is a level 1 thief, but she has 19 HP, so she's not that squishy. She has a pretty decent mage spell list, and then we have Abaddon and Vivi as like full-time mage and priests as well. So, and then also, since you're the one who asked, I should probably mention that you're probably going to be our full-time mage now, moving forward, Vivi. This is your spell list right now. You have Dilto. That's like Dilto and Dumapic are probably the most important early game spells. You have both of those, so you'll be fine for a while. I think with Vivi, I want to get her spells all the way up to the 7th circle, and then we'll decide if we want to multi-class, or, well, I mean, you're probably gonna multi-class out of something if you're a mage, but maybe not. Maybe you just keep them at a high level just so you don't have to grind them back up. We do have to re-equip some of our characters. In fact, Maid can now equip Thief gear. So we have to go back to the shop really quick. Abaddon's fine. Yeah, Silvara can now equip Fighter gear. So we're going to do that. Pizza's fully equipped. Alright, so let's go back. We're going to sell all of the stuff that we're not using, and then we're going to equip Maid with some Thief style gear. Chris says another one bit the dust. I don't remember who died. The last death was a while ago, wasn't it? No, I want to sell. Okay, we're going to sell the broken item, large shield, anointed flail, breastplate. I could have given the flail to Abaddon, that was a mistake. Not a huge one, but it was a mistake. Okay, Maid is now going to buy a short sword. Small shield. Leather armor. And we got Latu-Mophis, so we don't need the antidote as much anymore. I'm still going to bring one with me just as an emergency antidote. The fact that Silvara just brings Latu-Mophis into the dungeon to cure poison, and she's not even, and she's like she's in our fighter slot, but she brings that much utility where she can cure poison is so important. Chris, you were the last death. Filru also died, but that was at the start of the stream. I'm pretty sure Vivi was still here when Filru died. I do not want to lose these characters that we just multi-classed and just created, so I'm going to be a little bit cautious here. I think they can handle the 2nd floor, but I'm not going to go down to the 3rd floor yet. I really wanted to reach the 4th floor during this stream, but I don't know if we're going to get there. It's already turning into a pretty long stream. Let's do this. Abaddon, do you have Lomelwa? Yes, you do. Perfect. Alright, I want to check the bronze door. There's usually some good stuff through here. Nope, just a single level 1 mage. This is not going to give us the experience that we want. I mean, it will be a fun experience, but it will not give us experience points. Oh, we don't actually know all of his stats either. Interesting. You know what I could do? If I investigate these low-level mages and things like that, I can learn which icons are indicative of spellcasting abilities and things like that. Okay, see, because she's level 1 and because her stats are low, her inspection chance on traps is pretty low. But we have something for that. We have Calfo. Coincidentally, Silvara has Calfo. So she can cast this, and it will identify the trap for us. Now we know this is an exploding box. I have a 70% chance to disarm an exploding box. On floor 2, it can only deal 12 damage at maximum, even if it goes off, so that's worth the risk. Well, I guess technically it could have killed Vivi. So a 30% chance that trap went off, and then if it high rolled on damage, it could have killed Vivi. That was probably more risky than it needed to be. I thought all my characters had more than 12 HP. That was a little bit of a mistake, but never punished. Sorry if your responses are late. You're working on a final project. Will you play this stream in the background? What finals are you doing? some kind of class, I suppose. School-related project. Yeah, we're not really getting a lot of experience from these encounters. I see the appeal. I see the appeal of using Murphy's Ghost to grind, even if it's a little bit more boring. I love Calfo though. Now that we have two priests that both have Calfo. Okay, so we know this is Blades. We can disarm it. And Mavtato received a dagger. Ooh, we can identify this dagger. I want to identify this dagger. I want to see what this is. I want to get a magic item at some point. We still haven't found one. We found a couple unidentified items, but they always turned out to just be regular items. It's for philosophy class. Ah, okay. I took one philosophy class and it completely changed me into a scholar. I'm just kidding. It was an interesting class though, and it did, I think it actually did, like, mature me a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It either did or it didn't. Who knows? We can have Silvara cast healing spells, which is really cool. It's so cool that we have, like, twice as many priests in the party now. Despite the fact that we have the same number of, like, party members, and we have twice as many mages. I love multi-class. It's so cool. Alright, we're gonna rest. The only downside of multi-class is that it does age you up, which makes it more likely for your stats to go down. And then also, you also have to rest every single time you go back to get back your spell slots, which means you're going to age even faster. So that's one downside of it. It means the characters will eventually die of old age at some point. So I'm going to get rid of Vivi temporarily, and we're going to add our highest level bishop, which is Poyo. This is actually going to be Poyo's first time identifying an item. So let's go into the maze. Faye says that she did great in philosophy, even though she fell asleep for over half the class due to being so overworked at your job. I slept a lot during my my senior year of high school. I was really depressed at the time. So I used to just go to school and, like, sleep every day, at least through my first period, usually through the second one as well. At least I went every day still, though. Alright, somebody picked up an item. It was not you. It was Mavitato, I think. Yeah, so we're going to pass this dagger to Poyo. And now Poyo is going to use Identify. I don't know if Pram is still here actively, but this is going to be your first time identifying an item. Let's see if we got anything good. This is the gotcha of Wizardry. Identify. It's just a regular old dagger. Okay. Sad, but it happens. I really want to find, like, one, like, I can't wait till the first time we find, like, one really important, significant, or exciting item. I will say it happened a lot sooner in Wizardry 3. I played Wizardry 3 most recently before this, and in Wizardry 3 I feel like you found, like, good magic items more quickly. In this one, I actually don't really find that many items to begin with, and when I do, they've all turned out to just be basic items. So I don't know if we have to go deeper to find the good items. Okay, who were we bringing with us again as our mage? It was Vivi. Yeah, because she has good agility and good luck. Just sell it? Yeah, I just sold it. Alright, let's go fight Murphy's Ghost. I want to get Silvara and Maid to a decent level so that we can go back to the third floor one more time with a super powered party. Like, this party is so strong, we just need to make sure we don't do something stupid, like go there with level 1 characters and get them killed. Okay, so you are going to cast a spell. That spell is going to be Bamatu. Abaddon is going to cast a spell. That spell is going to be... Actually, he doesn't have any of the good buffing spells. He's got Matu. Maid is going to cast a spell. The spell is going to be... Dilto. Vivi is going to cast a spell. It's going to be Dilto. We just have so many more spell casts now. Like, you can see, we have twice as many spellcasters as we did before. Alright, time to drink some water while I mash the attack button. I can't wait for Silvara to get multi-attack. That's going to be so cool. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Okay. Finally, we're hitting our multi-attacks. We could honestly just keep debuffing them, but there's a good chance I'm going to want to fight two groups, because that should get Silvara up and made up to level 3, maybe level 4. So for now, it's better to just focus on spamming, because like we're not taking much damage. Wow, we're getting close to the 4-hour mark. Yeah, that pizza I ate earlier is finally starting to cause some serious problems. I'm not allowed to eat pizza anymore, but I still do it anyway. This is just one. I'm pretty sure I can get away with just casting Matu here, and Dilto. Because this is a solo Murphy's Ghost, I think I'll actually fight another set of two, because the solo fights go by really fast, because there's just one. His regen can't really keep up with the fact that you're just mashing him down. You thought I choked while drinking? No, it's one of the acid reflux things. You just kind of feel like you have something stuck in your throat a lot of the time. Another set of one. Well, let's just do this again. Matu. Dilto. In fact, a lot of times I end up like clearing my throat, but then there's actually like nothing even in there. So you just kind of like keep you just keep like damaging your throat because you keep trying to clear it, which is, you know, stress is a stressor. Okay, we'll cast Moreless on this one, and then Vivi will cast Dilto. We're gonna burst this one down really fast because he's gonna have +2 armor class and then another +3 armor class. So he's at +5 armor class. It's now 25% more likely to hit him. Massive swing. And you can see our attacks are hitting more often now. And then after this, we're gonna go back to town and level up. I love the fact that the debuffs and the buffs actually matter a lot. All right, be careful not to push the button again. If you push the button again, we'll get into another fight. Although I guess that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would just be more experience. No, I've had that go down. I had that happen once before on a stream, though. I was drinking something and it went down the wrong pipe. I just muted the mic for like 30 seconds. And then even when I came back, my voice was still very hoarse. Okay. I'm going to heal. Nope. I wanted to heal before I went through so that Silvara would have full HP after she leveled up. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Alright, let's get our level ups out of the way. Potato. Pizza. Okay, Silvara. We're going to rest. We're going to level up. 1 HP. She did learn Maporphic. This is a very good spell, and this actually shows off exactly what I was trying to demonstrate before, is that because she knows a single tier 4 spell, she can continue to learn new tier 4 spells. Very important thing that she can do now. Maporphic is a spell that buffs the armor of your party, and you can cast it outside of battle, and it lasts while you're exploring between multiple battles. It is one of the best utility spells in the game, which is why if you're going to multi-class a priest, one of the best times to do it is after level 7, because that means they either already know Maporphic or they can eventually learn it anyway. And you can see, even though we reset her class and her age is getting higher, all of her stats are going up. None of her stats are going down. We do eventually want her to get some vitality, some strength. She'll get them eventually. There's not really a rush. Yeah, she's getting strength. Vitality went down again. That's fine. Jilly's fine. Like, even right now, all of her stats are average. So, like, it's not that big of a deal. So we had a bunch of stats go up 3 times, and we only had 2 stats go down once each. So we're still gaining stats on average. And we're already level 4. Very close to getting multi-attack. Maid's turn to level up. They learned Molito. Another, like I mentioned before, she can still learn new spells even though she's not a mage anymore. But she's restricted to only learning spells in the tiers that she already knows. We got Dalto. That's another good one. Tier 4 spell, in fact. We're getting agility, which is good. We're getting levels, which is good for disarming traps. Vivi's turn. This is a big level for Vivi. This is a chance to gain a lot of HP and possibly new spells. Got Mahalito and Molito. A bunch of spell points and 6 hit points. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, I think this group can handle a excursion into the 3rd floor, so I'm gonna go there. There are some things I want to check out that we haven't really investigated yet. Before that, I want to show something. How many spell slots we have. Okay, we have 5, 2... I pressed the wrong button, hold on. 5, 4, 4, 4. Let me just add all these up. 5 plus 2 plus 5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. We got one more character. Abaddon plus 5. No, 24. Plus 5 plus 1 plus 1. Actually, I think Abaddon didn't rest, so he doesn't have all his spells right now. Maid has 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. And then Vivi has 5 plus 3 plus 2. We have 51 spell casts now. Because of this whole like multi-class party setup that we did, typically you'd only have like, 10, 20, like maybe 20 to 30 casts. We have 50 casts. I'm going to go back and let Abaddon rest because I think he's not on full. And if we're going to do a exploration into the deepest floor, we should, by the way, Abaddon can, so Silvara cannot dispel undead anymore, but Abaddon can. Anyway, if we're going to go down to the deepest, most dangerous floor, we should make sure that we have all of our spell slots. The reason Abaddon didn't rest is because he wasn't ready to level up, so I forgot to rest him. Good luck on the 3rd floor, yeah. This is going to be our first time, like, hopefully going down to the 3rd floor with like a fully optimized, trained party and not have one of them instantly die. Like what that happened on the last time whenever we class changed someone over to a thief, they immediately died. Because I was very reckless. Okay. So this should be good. This might be my last excursion for today's stream. We're getting close to the 4-hour mark. I probably need to eat something. Although it's kind of late, I probably shouldn't eat, but then if I don't eat, then I'm going to be starving, so I should probably eat something, and then try not to stay up too late tonight. I have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. In a good way, though. It's good to be active. It's good to be busy. It's nice to have things to do and see other people instead of spending time alone all the time. I spend a lot of time alone, especially the last few years. All right. What do we know about these guys? Surprisingly, very little. For that reason, I'm going to have Abaddon cast. No, Abaddon cannot cast it. Okay, I'm going to have... Should I waste a cast on this? Nah. I'm just going to do inspections. We could have made cast Mahalito. This is another one of the awesome things about having a thief with access to the mage spell list, is that Mahalito damage is not based on level, intelligence, or anything else. It literally just deals 4 to 24 damage. So even though Maid is like a thief with low intellect, her Mahalito still does just as much damage. Her Dalto still does just as much damage. So we can still Dalto enemies, we can Molito enemies, we can Mahalito them. Morlus, unfortunately, you're not going to use as often as Dilto because it competes with Dalto. Typically, you'd rather just deal damage rather than debuff, but Dilto is still good. We're actually not going to cast anything right now. We're just going to inspect some enemies. We should be able to wipe this group without using any spell slots. The one I'm most concerned about is Silvara. She's defensively fine, but offensively, I'm a little bit worried that she's not going to output as much damage, which means it's going to take us longer to kill enemies, which is going to give them more chances to poison us or deal critical hits and things like that. Man, that mage stayed around for a while. Okay, we have all the information about mages. So it looks like either that blue, like, running shape, I think that means fleeing. So I think under special traits, that red skull, I think that means he has access to a mage spell list. I think that's what it means. Oh no, that's the highwayman, sorry. How do I switch it to the enemy that I'm actually targeting? I don't know. The targeting is a little bit weird with the information on enemies, I've noticed. Like, I can't always get it to tell me about the enemy that I want to look at. Sometimes it just picks one, even though it's an enemy that was already dead. There might be a button to press for it that I just don't know about. The game's not perfect, but honestly, even with that in mind, the original version of the game didn't even have any way to view the enemy stats. So I will take, a view enemy stats function that doesn't always do exactly what I want it to do, rather than have no function at all. Mavtaito is going to be our main Doom Epic caster. Okay, so where do we want to go today? I want to go left, right, and then I want to go through that door that we haven't checked yet. I'll show you. I want to go here, here, and I want to see what's on the other side of this door, because this door is very interesting to me. I'm actually surprised that we never investigated it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have Abaddon cast Lamilwa. Perfect. Dissecting in the middle of battle. Alright, what's in here? Interesting, it's a passageway, okay. There's a few doors. Oh, it's a one-way door. Okay, I see. I didn't mean to go through there, but oh well. Sometimes I'm meaning to press one button and I accidentally press the button that goes through the door. This is an elevator, which I cannot control yet. I can't remember how you get access to the elevator, but we have it now. Or we know where the elevator is now on this floor. Okay, all we can do for now is keep going through these one-way doors and see where it takes us. And then I'll cast Doom Epic once I get to, like... Yeah, once I get through this area. Okay, that's a secret door to the right. There's 5 werebears here. I'm gonna go through that secret door. Since we're exploring anyway, I want to check the secret doors. Alright, werebears. Werebears. What do we want to do against werebears? Do we have all their data? We don't have all their data, okay. Abaddon, unfortunately, does not have Latium... What is it? Latium Map... What is it called? Latium Mapic, yeah. So, and I don't want Silvara to cast it, because I want to kill these things fast. So instead, I'm going to have Abaddon cast Matu. I'm going to have Maid cast Dalto to deal as much damage to these enemies as possible. And Vivi is going to inspect. Dalto dealt pretty good damage. We didn't kill any of them, but we injured like all of them. They're actually fleeing, which I don't like. Oh god, and they paralyzed one of my characters too. In fact, they paralyzed Silvara, which is the one person who can cure paralysis. That went about as badly as it could have gone. Okay, we're gonna have to get out of here. Well, we got an exciting endgame for today's stream. So, we thought we were going to be able to safely explore. We were very wrong about that. Silvara is the only character who can cure paralysis, and she cannot currently do it because she is currently paralyzed. Let me see if Abaddon can do it. I don't think he can. No, he cannot. We got screwed over. That was the worst possible thing that could have happened. I think Silvara is also poisoned. She is. Okay. So let's be very careful. We need to get out of here quickly. Doom Epic. The secret door behind me seems to lead to an empty room, or like a one-tile room that has nothing in it. If I go to this door that's in front of me, it should take me back to a one-way door. And the one-way door will just take me back to where I already am. So this is not the way out. The door in front of me is not the way out. I think the secret door is the way out. I won't let Silvara die of poison, don't worry. There's 3 insects in here. Poisoned and paralyzed, that is crazy, yeah. You got wrecked. 3 boring beetles. How boring are they? Cue laugh track. The good thing is we still have all of our like mage casters. And our mage casters are very good at dealing burst damage. These count as level 5 enemies. Okay, I was severely underestimating these things. They have a lot of HP, and they give a lot of experience. It makes me think I want to get rid of them quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have both of my casters cast Mahalito. This should wipe this group. Yeah, so the 1 cast wasn't enough. This is why we did the 2nd cast. Oh my god, they hit Maftato for 11 damage. Yeah, these things hit hard. This is why you cast Mahalito twice. To just completely wipe out that group and make sure that you don't take any more damage. Okay. We're not out of here yet. Fortunately, I was wrong about this being the way. What should we do? I'm going to go this way. I'm going to look for secret doors in here. There has to be a way back out of here. I feel like we can't possibly be trapped here. So what we need to do is find a secret door that leads us out of here. Oh god. 6 level 3 priests. They can bore you to death. The horror, the horror. I think I have Montino, which stops them from casting any spells. That might be worth casting here, but what spells do they even have? I mean, they don't have anything that's like that dangerous. I think it'd be better to just attack them and kill them. Or save my spell slots even. How many level 2 spell slots do I have? Actually, Montino's pretty good here. The only thing is I don't think Montino always works. Okay, I'm gonna cast a Delta here. Yeah, Dalto just wiped those guys. Okay, the problem is I'm running out of spellcasts now. Because the bulk of my spellcasting came from Silvara, and she's currently paralyzed. This is bad. I don't understand how to get back out of here, unless this elevator works. I don't think the elevator works, though, so there has to be like another secret door that I'm missing. Let's just check every wall. Yeah, the elevator does not work. Oh, hold on, the elevator works. Oh, wow, the elevator works. Okay. This is clutch. So we can go back to floor 1. I didn't realize that the elevator was already working. I thought we had to get a key for it later. Okay, so with that, we can go back here. This is the way back to town. There should be a door somewhere around here. There it is. Okay, this is the door. This is the door back to town. Let me go to camp. Are there any important Dios targets? Abaddon doesn't need it. Maid and Vivi don't need it. No, I think we're good. We got out. That could have gone so much worse than it did, especially with Silvara going down immediately in the first encounter. This is the value of like that 53 HP, like training her to a very high level before switching her over to a fighter. She has so much HP that even though we got very unlucky there, like that went about as horribly as it could have gone. She got back fine. We can pay money to cure her paralysis. That's fine. We have plenty of money. I'm going to reorder the party. I want you to go back into the lead spot. Then we're going to go to the inn. We're going to do some work, healing all of our characters. Silvara. I think she didn't gain any experience when she was paralyzed. Because otherwise she should have leveled up at the same time as Vivi. Unless she's very close. But I don't know. I think she didn't gain any experience when she was paralyzed. Abaddon? That was a pretty epic adventure. You better get a good level up. Nice. Very good. Dialco, that's the spell we needed. If he had that Dialco, we could have cured Silvara's paralysis, and we could have kept adventuring without coming back. That's why having two priests is so good. Or in this case, we have Silvara with priest spells, and Abaddon with priest spells. So if one of them gets paralyzed, they can always cure the other one. So next time, if that happens, we'll be better prepared to counter it. Maid. HP. Agility is fine. Agility is the main thing that she needs now. Agility and luck. Agility, luck, and levels are the only thing that Maid needs anymore. And she's getting them. Vivi. Spell points. Good stats. Agility and luck, those are great stats. Agility, in fact, that's +1 initiative. That means when we cast our Mahalitos to wipe out enemy groups, she's going to more likely act before the enemies act. She can kill them before they can escape. She can kill them before they attack us. So high agility mages are very good. Does anyone want to do one more adventure? Yeah, I thought you needed a key to activate the elevator. I'm going to wait a minute. I want to chat a little bit before I end the stream anyway, and then if people want to do one more adventure, we'll do one more. I'm definitely in the mood for one more. If you get me playing Wizardry, it's hard to get me to stop. And I don't need to go over to my mom's house until probably 11. So even if I stay up a little bit late tonight, it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to check out the store, see if anybody has anything, if anybody picked up anything that we want to sell. Answer seems to be no. I'm going to check buy. I'm going to see if anybody can buy anything that's like better than what they're holding. Leather armor, chainmail, shield, breastplate +1. Staff, copper gloves. We can actually get copper gloves for... Whoops. We can start buying copper gloves for our frontline fighters, but I don't think I want to. Their armor class is already like pretty optimized. I want to look at Abaddon. So like, what would Abaddon equip that he doesn't already have? The flail, that's a damage and hit increase for him. Breastplate is an armor increase for him. In fact, he has a lot of things that he can equip that he doesn't have. Well, hold on. Large shield is 3 armor class. Shield +1 is 4 armor class. So we could get him a shield +1, a breastplate +1. Pram says adventure awaits. Vivi says if I'm down for it, then sure, we'll do one more. Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. You can't stop me from playing Wizardry. You just can't. It's just not possible. Okay, I'm gonna buy a flail for Abaddon. I'm going to upgrade their shield, because remember, when Silvara gets paralyzed, Abaddon gets pushed into the front row. That's why I think we should upgrade Abaddon's armor, so that if he gets pushed into the front row again, he's more likely to survive. We can get his armor class all the way down to 1. That's pretty good. Is there anything we can do for Maid? I want to get like a short sword +1 or something like that. Doesn't look like we have it. We could buy +1 armor and shield though. I'm gonna do it because once again, if Silvara and Abaddon get taken out, Maid is the last line of defense, and we're at the point now where we can start optimizing the gear on our This is looking pretty close to our quote unquote final party, assuming none of these characters ever die, which you can't really guarantee that. Now, Vivi doesn't really need anything. She can't upgrade her armor. And a +2 staff is not really going to matter on a mage. She's not an attacker. So, okay, let's sell all the non-equipped things that we have with us now. We actually upgraded all of Abaddon's gear. And I'm thinking with the extra money, I'm going to buy an extra antidote for somebody who's not currently holding one. That way if we run out of casts for antidotes, we'll have multiple casts. Alright, now this really has to be the last one though. Because even though I can stay up a little bit late tonight, I can't stay up all night playing Wizardry. It's just not possible. I'm not 17 anymore. Alright, let's run down to the 3rd floor and let's try to make a much better adventure than what we did last time. So I think the elevator is behind a bunch of one-way doors. You know what we could do? Is that true? Is it behind a bunch of one-way doors, or is there a way out of there? I almost want to go back and check again, but I don't want to get stuck in there and then have that be the only thing we do. I'd rather go and like uncover something new that we haven't uncovered yet. We'll set that as a goal for a future stream. I want to see if that elevator is actually behind a bunch of one-way doors, or if there's a way back out. It seems like we could also take the elevator down to floor 4, which is interesting because we haven't been there before. Pram says, "Gone are the days that I can stay up and play games until dawn." I mean, honestly, you play a bunch of games and read a bunch of manga, like way more than anybody else that I know. I'm kind of curious to know. I think you've explained it before, but I don't know how you have the time to do all of that. I guess you just multitask while you're doing other things. All right, so this central area seems like it's just the elevator, and then it seems like the elevator, which we can take down to the 4th floor. So that's one thing. So we have a way to get to the 4th floor. I don't know if that's the only way or if there's a staircase I haven't found yet. But it seems like other than that, it seems like it's a dead end. Like you can't get back out of here. The only way to get out is to use the elevator. So I don't want to go in there right now. What I'd like to do is go right and then through this secret door, and I want to go back to the main passageway. So I'm going to go right. I'm going to go through the secret door that's on the same side. Bunch of samurai. Vivi Cooley says, "I miss being 17 and being able to afford spending time reading manga and playing games. I still do when I can, but I can't as much as I used to. Can you grind in floor 4 this way?" Yeah, you should be able to take the elevator straight down to the 4th floor and fight enemies and explore down there. So that's a really useful find. Like honestly, finding that elevator and getting it working. I don't know if it wasn't working before or if I just didn't realize how to use it, but either way, that's a huge deal. Vivi Cooley says it's actually only been about a year since then. Oh, okay. So you're not as old or nostalgic as the rest of us, unfortunately. Not all of us in here, anyway. That's fine though. That means you've got plenty of time to experience and learn new things. All right. What do we want to do against level 6 samurai? I would love to cast Latu Mappic on them, but I do not have it. Let's cast Montino. This could stop them from casting any spells. Maid, I'm going to have cast a Mahalito, and Vivi is going to cast a... I actually want to be a little bit careful with Vivi's cast because they don't have that as many spell slots as I would hope, or I would like. Dilto's fine here. It's not really competing with anything else, and it will potentially let us kill these samurai faster with our other characters. The Mahalito did pretty good work. We injured a lot of them. They're hitting Silvara. Yeah, they're casting spells on us. They got us with a Halito. That's not that bad. That's like the least scary enemy spell. In fact, because they're level 3 samurai, they actually only have access to tier 1 spells. So they're not as scary as they really look. Do samurais have a battle class feature like the ninjas one-hit KO? So the special things about samurais. Number 1, they roll two hit points dice at level 1. So they have twice as much hit points at level 1 as they should. But this feature eventually wears off over time because like as level 7, they'll have the hit points of a level 8 character. You know what I mean? Like, that's not as big of a deal. At level 15, they'll have the hit points of a level 16 character. Like, that one extra level doesn't really make a lot of difference. It does mean because they're rolling more die that they will hit that, like, higher than average HP more quickly and more often. The other thing is that they naturally learn arcane spells over time. Even though they have the fighting stats of a fighter. Like, they get multi-attack at the same rate as fighters. They get as much HP as fighters, about as much HP as fighters, if you count their extra hit die, but then they also learn arcane spells on their own just from leveling up without needing to multi-class. So it's a really convenient option if you don't want to experiment with multi-classing features. You can just put a fighter a samurai in the front row and have them take the duty of having like a fighter and a mage Right, this is our first time encountering ogres. They give less than 1,000 experience, so they're probably not too scary. Having said that, I feel... Yeah, so Map Porfic, this is the one I mentioned before. It actually lasts for the entire expedition. It only ends when you return back to the castle. That being said, because we're in combat, I'm going to cast Bamatu. It gives a better bonus. No, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast Latum Epic. I want to get information on these enemies. Then I'm going to have Abaddon cast Matu to increase our armor. Maid is going to cast... I want to save my Dilto. I'm sorry. I want to save my Dalto. So I'm going to cast Dilto. And then Vivi is going to cast one of her Matalito charges. I don't think ogres will run away, so I think hitting them with an AoE early on is going to be good, because it's just going to mean they're going to be on lower HP. We got information on them. Oh, they do flee. Okay, well, learned that the hard way. Good thing is we burned through most of them, and then we damaged the others. Let's see what information we got. So they count as level 4 enemies. They get higher than average HP as level 4s. Their armor class and their attack accuracy is not really that amazing. I think we can just beat them with spamming attacks. Good to know. You were going to ask why were they casting spells? The samurai? Yeah, samurai are spellcasters. Alright, so... Wow, we're already up to 84% inspection chance. I'm actually willing to risk that. It's an exploding box. 74 to disarm. I'm actually going to leave that alone. I'm not going to risk opening an exploding box here. I don't think it's worth it. With Vivi having 17 HP, I don't want to risk her life. And Maid not having the 95% chance to disarm traps. Okay, so this should be where I want to be. If it's not, we'll go through one more set of doors. Yes, this is exactly where I want it to be. Okay, so we know this entire row is safe, except for this spot right here. This is a pit trap. What that means is that we can go over here, and then go down, and at least explore this corridor right here. We don't know if there's a pit here, but we can explore this space right here. We can also check for hidden doors along these paths right here, which will give us access to more of the dungeon. Pram is asking if they don't stack. I'm not sure what you're asking about. What are you trying to stack? I need light. I think Little Milwa runs out a lot faster than I'm used to. I feel like it used to last a lot longer. Okay, so we can go down here safely. I don't want to step there because there could be a pit trap. There's a secret door here. This is a new one we've never checked before. I can stand here safely. We can go down here. I don't want to step there. I don't know if there's a pit trap. And there's a new secret door here that we've never checked before. Now this is a pit. This is a door that we've been through. So let's go this way. Level 3 priests. The last all dungeon armor spells and the in-battle armor spell. Okay, so the armor spell that lasts for the entire dungeon, you can only cast that one time. But the armor spells that you can cast in battle, you can cast those as many times as you want and keep lowering your armor class lower and lower, which is pretty cool. I don't think it's worth wasting a Latum Epic here. I forgot to cast my armor spell again, by the way. Not a huge deal. I think I'm going to inspect. Cast. This, in my opinion, is worth a Dalto. Because we want to kill these guys fast. Here it comes. Nice, 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 nice. One shot, 5 kills. And that's our level 5 thief can do that now. Alright, we're going to inspect this one. This is 87% certain no trap. That I feel confident in opening. And we got an armor that could potentially be a magic armor. That's going to be exciting. We can check that before we end the stream. 4 giant rodents. Yeah, you can even cast the in-battle spells multiple times. Yeah, you can cast them over and over again, and they do stack with the out of combat spell. I don't know if these capybaras are dangerous. We're going to learn very soon. They don't seem to be. Yeah, they give very low experience. This is pretty low for floor 3. It's not even close to 1,000 experience. This thief steals your life. Yeah, she's extremely deadly. We're going to inspect. We are 87% sure this is a gas bomb. I'm actually okay with opening a gas bomb trap. We're going to disarm it. If it goes off, I'm not that scared. Okay. We're going to fill out this room. We're going to go through here. Now I'm going to check where I am. Cast do my pick. Okay. This is a place we've never been before. We do not know anything about this space or this space if there are any pits here. I feel comfortable turning left here and checking this space for a pit. I think that's good information that we can use in the future. This is not a pit. Okay, we can use that. Now I'm going to go back to town. The way back to town should be right here. I'm starting to memorize this floor, even where the pits are, like how to avoid the pits. You keep getting Capybara Go mobile game ads. Is that a real game? I know nothing about that. That is outside of my area of expertise. We're going to run back to town. We're going to identify this armor. We're going to really hope it's a magic suit of armor. I would love to get a magic suit of armor. Oh, we did get one magic item before. I remember it now. We got one magic suit of armor and it was completely useless. Hopefully this one's more useful. Vivi can actually cast Mahalito here. There's no reason to save our spell casts because we're heading back to town anyway. Wow, they hit Abaddon for 8 damage. That must have been a cast. It's real. Funny stuff. Oh, we'll cast, here, I'll cast this spell too. I have to remember to cast this more often. Maporphic. So this gives a -2 armor class bonus to the entire party. It lasts for the entire expedition. That makes us 10% less easy to kill. I should have that on at all times. And it's one of the reasons why I got Silvara up to level 7 or level 8 before multi-classing her to fighter. Okay, I have a few characters ready to level up, so I'm going to make sure I heal them before I level them up. I have Dial I can cast on Silvara. Nobody else needs healing. Yeah, it was Chainmail +1, and it turned out to be a completely useless item because there's no class that can like only equip Chainmail or as like their best armor. So instead of equipping Chainmail +1, you could just equip like the next tier of armor +0, and it would be the same thing. So Chainmail +1, if you find it, is just good for selling, I guess. Alright, let's identify this armor and hope it's something really good. Either way, I feel very good about that. I think we mastered the 3rd floor, which is probably good for the 3rd stream. Okay, start resting. Pizza doesn't need to rest. Silvara, this is going to be a good level up. This is, so Silvara, once she reaches level 5 fighter, she will have the ability to multi-attack. She only gets one hit point, but that's not a huge surprise. She has 54 HP already. It's going to be a while before she gains any HP, because right now her max HP as a level 5 fighter is, it's either 40 or 50, and she already has 54 HP, so she can only gain 1 HP at a time right now. But once she gets to a higher level fighter, like say once she gets to level 10 fighter, and her max HP is like 80, or somewhere between 80 and 100, then she will actually gain HP, and she will go up to like 80 or 100. Abaddon just needs to rest. Maid is going to get a level up. Every level up here, the only thing Maid needs is level, agility, and luck. We got level, and we got luck, so we're happy with that. And she learned Lahalito. As I mentioned before, she can still learn more spells. I'm going to check out Lahalito. You guys need to see this. So Mahalito, Big Fire, 4 to 24 damage. Lahalito, Torch, 6 to 36 damage. It's focused on one group. For some reason, I mentioned this before, but for some reason, Dalto deals the same amount of damage as Lajalito, but it doesn't get resisted. Enemies can resist Lajalito, but they can't resist Dalto. And the only thing I can think is that there might be enemies that have like ice resist. So if they have ice resist, then maybe you shouldn't use Dalto on them. I'm not sure. Vivi just needs to rest to recover her spell slots. And I think we're doing good. Oh no, we need to, who's holding the item? Hold on a second. I gotta go back here. She's holding the item. It's a good thing I didn't do what I was about to do. Okay, we're gonna give the item to Maid. We're going to remove Vivi from the party. We're going to add Pollo to the party. We're gonna go into the dungeon, and we're gonna have Pollo identify this armor. This is our next gacha roll. We're gonna see if we get anything good. The Wizardry gacha. Apparently there is a Wizardry gacha game now. It's called Wizardry Variants Daphne. I have not played it yet. I don't particularly love games with gacha mechanics. Yeah, it's 100 gold. That's like more than we get out of a chest normally. Alright, we're gonna go back to the tavern. I'm gonna remove Pollo. I'm going to put Vivi back in the party. And at the start of the next stream, we're going to be using this party. Unfortunately, the next Wizardry stream is not going to be for a little while. I'm probably going to want to stream... I kind of want to stream Fire Emblem 4 again, sometime sooner than later. And then, like I said, I'm not going to be streaming twice a week, every week, because it's just too much. I can't handle it. But we'll see. I will eventually... I'm going to keep playing this for sure. I'm definitely not done playing this. The only gacha game Vivi has been able to get into is called Prosecca. It's very weird because that game's gacha system is also atrocious. Yeah. Some are worse than others. There's some games that have like gacha systems that are just unbelievable. Like it's so crazy. I remember playing... The only game I play that has gacha mechanics is called Mahjong Soul, mostly because the gacha doesn't really affect the gameplay. It's just a client that you can use to play Mahjong, which is one of my favorite traditional games, like board games. Richi Mahjong. And the gacha mechanics in that game are so bad. I had an account for about 10 years before I unlocked the character that I wanted. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. I was playing the game for 10 years trying to unlock one character. And it took me that long to unlock her. Just to have her portrait, like, as my character portrait while I was playing the game. It's that bad. And she's a basic character. She's in the basic pool. She's in the pool of, like, basic characters. Anyway, fun stream, really fun stream. Thank you, Pram, Vivi, Chris, for chatting very actively the whole time. I know Faye was here a lot of the time as well. Di, I think was his name, was here. Mika was here for most of the time until she had to leave because of the storm. She wanted to charge her phone. Yeah, Di is how you say it, not D1, Di. Mirror Fanboy was here for like the whole first half of the stream. Thank you for being here and supporting the chat as always. Supporting me and supporting, I guess, the stream. Carlos, yes. Carlos was here today. I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to say hi to everyone because there wasn't really that many people. I think I can individually give everyone a shout out. There was a lot of people, but it was mostly a lot of lurkers and then like a small group of dedicated chatters, which is always a fun time. Fluffy stopped by today. They were asking about my pizza, if I put tomato sauce on it. I didn't put tomato sauce on it, but yes, tomato sauce was put on it and I did eat it. Matt Tato was here today. Anyone else? Reg was here. I bet Reg went to sleep. I played for too late. Reg has to go to sleep. He can't stay up all night. Anybody else I missed? Let's see. Anybody near the start of the stream, perhaps? Somebody who just stopped by to say hello? Yes, Z-Man was here. They stopped by just to say hello. No, actually, they were talking about Wizardry, even. Yeah, they knew some stuff about that even I didn't know. And then Gianni was here as well. Unfortunately, the chat history doesn't go back any further. So if I missed anybody, thanks for chatting. Thanks to the lurkers. I am heading out today. For now, enjoy the rest of your day.